will just fall for him. I tell you, people ask me, Swamiji, should I take you as my guru? Should I accept you as my guru? I said no. If I am your guru, this question itself will not raise. Simply you will feel for me. You will feel it. The question will simply disappear. And simply you will feel like relating. I tell you, try to create maximum possible doubts. Because when you see the real master, he works on you beyond your doubts. He penetrates your being beyond your doubts. He just shakes the base of the doubts. He shakes the base of all your doubts. And when you really see the master, simply your whole being will be taken away by him. You will simply feel like going behind him. Even if I say, don't come tomorrow morning, you will be there around me. You will just be there. Simply your whole being will be taken by him. So, you don't have to intellectually think much about it. Just wait till it happens. When it happens, you know that he is the person. And by intellectually, if you try, you will never be able to make a right decision. Be very clear. You are already in the darkness. How can you find who is in the light? Person who is in the darkness, how can you find somebody is enlightened? Tell me. Never. I've seen many people judging. Never. You can never judge. If it is one thing, if your heart falls and if your heart feels so much attached, close, in tune with somebody, even if that person is not enlightened, he is going to help you. Just follow him. If your heart is not falling in tune, if you are not able to feel, even if he is enlightened, don't bother, he is not going to help you. Through him you are not going to grow. So be very clear. Just listen to your heart, that's all. And your heart has got enough energy or the intelligence to guide you. Your heart has got enough of intelligence to guide you. It is far more higher, far more deeper, intelligent than your head, which goes on judging. Yes.
Swamiji, you use the word enlightened number of times. So, what exactly is the state, physical terms or terms?
Exactly as you expect, it cannot be described like across the table. But I can say few symptoms of enlightenment. The enlightenment itself as it is can't be explained or expressed. But few byproduct or side effects, after effects which happens in you by enlightenment. I can tell that you just feel totally connected to the existence. Straight away you feel connected to the existence. All the doubts and confusions vanish. The insecurity and separateness disappears. And you feel homely with the whole existence. And above all, the inner chattering disappears. And no daydream, no night dream. The very idea, chakra, sapna, sushupti, all the three changes. Above all, eternal bliss, Nithyananda, stays with you. Usually our mind always fights with the master. Swing of moods, all our swing we attribute to master. If we are in a high mood, he is a great master. If we are in a low mood, no. I don't think. Let us see the negative sides also. See, as long as you are in high mood, everything is okay. When your mood is low, all this time we saw the positive mood. Let us see the negative moods also. You start thinking negatively. We attribute all our moods on the master, and we never realize he is just beyond. He is just beyond. It's like that's a beautiful Zen story. Moon is reflected on a pond, small pond. All the fishes who are in the pond, they started enjoying. Some fishes have just started jumping. Oh, the moon has come down, let us play with it. And some fishes who are against these fishes, they started telling, oh, let us kill this moon, let us destroy this moon. And let us remove this moon. Actually, the problem is, when somebody with whom you are not comfortable, you are not happy, if that person is attached to some guru, you are always against the guru. I tell you, the A and B, if they don't get along, if the B is attached to some guru, A is against the guru. If the A is attached to the guru, B is against the guru. You play your same social game with gurus also, with enlightened masters also. Some fishes are enjoying and celebrating. Oh, moon has come down, let us play with it, let us enjoy. The other fishes who are enemies of these fishes, they start telling, oh, let's go and destroy this moon. This moon should not be allowed to come be here. It is disturbing our sleep. The whole night these guys are jumping and dancing. Our sleep is getting disturbed. But people don't understand. Both fishes cannot affect the moon. The moon can never be affected by both the fishes. One thing, some fishes just enjoy and celebrate. They live their life happily. The fighting fishes, they continue to destroy themselves and disturb themselves. That's all. But no way, master is affected. No way, master is touched. It's a wonderful story. Just these fishes enjoying, keep thinking that moon has come down. And they attribute their moods on the moon. But moon has never come down. It is just a reflection. Same way, people attribute their moods on the masters and they play. But master is never touched. He is actually a possibility. He can be used as a stick. He can be used as a stick to get up and stand up, to walk, to realize our potentiality. Master is a promise. See, always the seed is afraid to break and sprout. But the tree says, unless you break and sprout, I can't happen. The tree is waiting for the seed to break. But the seed is saying, no, first let you happen, then I will break. How can I believe? How can I trust? If I break, I may just die. I may not become a tree. Master is a person who gives you the courage. Don't worry, break. I was a seed. I opened. Now I am a tree. You can also become a tree. Open. He is the assurance. He is the promise. He gives you the courage to open up, to stand up, to start your journey. He gives you the courage to make you realize you can also achieve. I was a seed and now I am a tree just because I opened up. Open up. Don't worry. He gives you the courage.
Without doing meditation, if you feel that the truth which I said, if you feel in the life, consciously you are liberated. But unconscious times, when the emotion starts erupting, your conscious mind will not be under your control. For that, you need meditation. You see, as long as you are balanced, all this logic will work out. The moment you are imbalanced, when it comes to you directly, then you feel imbalanced. That time, Meditation only will give you power, the energy to be balanced even at that moment. If you are balanced even at that moment, you are liberated. That's all.
Gita says samatva means the yoga. So is the glimpse what you are saying, is it same as an understanding to treat everything as same?
If you have that glimpse, you will experience samatva in totally different way, not as you understand now samatva. The very understanding of samatva will change. Now, whatever you understand samatva is wrong. I tell you, whatever you understand is wrong. You may ask, what is this Swamiji? You do not even know what understanding I have. How can you say it is wrong? I know for sure, the more you meditate, you get the more clear experience, understanding. Whatever you understand now as samatva is only dictionary meaning. When you meditate, you will have existential meaning. There is two different things, existential meaning and different dictionary meaning. A small story. One lady was trying to wear her new fur coat and see how beautiful she looks with that fur coat, standing in front of a mirror. And the small girl, her daughter, she was telling, Mom, you don't have even little bit of sensitivity, Mom. That poor dumb animal, how much it has to suffer for you to have this coat. Suddenly, this lady turned and told, how dare you will talk about your father like this? You see, dictionary meaning is different. And existential meaning is different. If you understood the joke, you can understand. Dictionary meaning is different. Existential meaning is different. So understand. Now you know only dictionary meaning. If you meditate, only then you will understand existential meaning of what Krishna says, samatva. Okay. Even the word sex, when I uttered, what you understand is only dictionary meaning. Only when you meditate, you will have the existential meaning. Close your eyes and just put the chili and the tongue and the candy in your tongue in two ends and just feel the experience. Both will be same. Just touch and feel what is happening in both places, points. Both will be same. It is you who stamp it. Hot, sweet. That's all. You are so unconscious. We go on stamping the experiences. We go on downholing the experiences as a joy or pain. For example, small thing. Let me tell you, let you understand this small story. One elderly man has gone to next city and is coming back to his village. Suddenly he saw from distance his house is getting burnt. He started shouting, Ayu, what is happening? What is happening? How are you? I am gone, I am gone, I am gone. His son said, don't worry, father, yesterday itself we sold that house, don't you remember? Yesterday itself we have signed, we have sold that house, don't you remember? He said, yes. Then he is immediately liberated. He started, no, there is no problem, don't worry, relax. Then the second son said, no, we have not yet got the payment. Why are you talking? What are you doing? How do you think that you have sold? We have not yet got the payment, only you have signed. Then again he started weeping, yes, oh, what is happening? My house is getting burnt. Again he started weeping and wailing. The fourth son said, no, father, don't worry. I already rang up to that person. He has already deposited money today morning itself. He cannot take it back. It is already sold. Then he said, I am liberated. You see, in half an hour, 3 different moods. The same house is burning. The same person is seeing. In half an hour, he enjoyed the deep pain, deep pleasure, again deep pain, again deep pleasure. Just the idea. Mine and not mine. Just the idea. See, The pain and the pleasure is just your rubber stamp, just your idea. Incident is same. Person is same. The house which is burning is same. The person who is seeing is same. Just the ideas. Tuck, 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 tuck. See what's happening. That is what is life. So, pain and pleasure, both are your psychodrama, nothing else.
So, let us say
Vastu is 2 volt current. Meditation is 20,000 volt current. Flood meditation. Vastu, Jyotisham, stone, gemology, neurology, all sorts of allergy will disappear. All allergy will disappear. If you are continuously believing some stones, you will be only you will become stone. Nothing more. Nothing more than that. I see actually a small story. In India, if they get a new car or bus, any vehicle, van, they will put one lemon in front of the vehicle to do puja. One guy is asking, why are you putting this lemon? The other guy says, no, only then vehicle will move in a good way. Then this guy is commenting, without knowing this Ashok Leyland fellows, they have made 5,000 spare parts and made this vehicle, and you say only this lemon is going to make this vehicle move. 5,000 spare parts they made and assembled the whole vehicle, but you say only this lemon is going to move this vehicle. One thing, if you believe in the small stone, you will be nothing more than a stone. You will become just a stone. So drop all these foolish things. It's enough. There's a cassette I have spoken. Place to space. From place to space. In that I very clearly explain the science of Vastu and how meditation alters the energy of Vastu.
I mean, you said you don't really advocate any diet for any of your practice. But what kind of a diet do you really suggest?
You see, I don't give as a rule. But if somebody wants, I can give as an understanding. You can follow it. Actually, I follow something. I don't eat onion, green chili, garlic, so that the mind will be fresh. They are called natural steroids. They can be taken as a medicine. Onion and green chili and garlic, these three are good medicines. Garlic is a good medicine for heart trouble. Steroid is a good medicine, but not a good food. Just like that, this is natural steroid. It's a good medicine, not a regular food. Something like this, I have small understandings to concentrate or to meditate more intensely, more deeply. Those few things you can take it and follow. Naturally, those few things are more than enough. Nothing else is required. These few understandings are more than enough. So let you understand the mystery of mysteries and let you be liberated. Let you experience the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. But in 13 days, the whole thing will not be shifted. The 13 days, the hangover will be there. For 13 days, kid also will not have individual consciousness. Kid will not have a total awareness of the body for 13 days. The 13 days, the mental setup transferring will be happening. It's like you want to shift to the St. Louis. First you go by car. Then all your luggage will be brought by the shipping people. They will bring by truck. Just like that. You will go, all your mental setup, your ideas of how to live, all those things will be getting transferred. It will take 13 days.
But does that help?
Yes, the Shraddha actually helps the Jiva to leave the body easily and go on enter into the other body. Shraddha means not pouring water or doing all those rituals, but those mantras. See, in Shraddha time they will chant Kathopanishad. Have you read Kathopanishad? If you read and understand, you will understand. Whatever I said now, all these truths will be uttered to that Jiva. Oh Jiva, at least this time you don't miss the Atma Jnana. Have any of you ever read Kathopanishad? The whole Kathopanishad is nothing but this Atma Jnana. And in Shraddha means nothing but Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad is the main thing which is supposed to be chanted in Shraddha. All the other things are not going to anybody. It is going to priest only. Don't worry about it. Only the Kathopanishad. When you chant the Kathopanishad, that life, the being which left the body, that will be listening, that will hear the truths. The Kathopanishad says about all these things. You are supposed to be relaxed and go into the way of Dharma, go into the Atma Jnana, either become enlightened or at least in this Janma prepare yourself for becoming enlightened, to become enlightened. The same truths are uttered. So uttering those mantras will give right knowledge to that being, to that Jiva. That is why those mantras are chanted. Somebody is asking, Vivekananda, Swamiji, what is the need to believe in Bible? Should I believe all those hell, heaven and sin merits? Vivekananda says, it is good to be born in church, but not to die there. It is good to born, to start with. When you start naturally with a little fear and greed only, you will start, nothing wrong. No other way to understand. For a child, you cannot make him understand that very doing good itself is joy, very not doing wrong itself is bliss. All these things you cannot make him understand. So for him you need to say, hey, don't do, Amachi will kill you, Amachi will take your eyes. That is what you all tell, na? God will come and threaten you, God will kill you. All these things you can tell for kids. But now it is enough. We have all become grown up. Let us analyze it consciously. Vivekananda says beautifully, let you flood your whole religion and spirituality with your logic and reason. Let you flood your religion with logic and reason. Whatever stands, the logic and reason, let it stand. All other things, let them be washed away. The earlier they are washed, better for the humanity. So let them be washed away. Enough. We lived with Manusmriti. Of course, he is good. He has done a great service. Surely he has done a great service. But you need to go beyond Smriti to reach Sriti. There are two scriptures in Eastern mysticism. Smriti is moral, day-to-day life, social laws. Sriti is the inner spiritual quality, the techniques to improve the consciousness. Upanishads are Srutis, Puranas are Smritis. Manu is a Smriti, means everyday social law. Sanatana Dharma is the only religion which is courageous enough to say Smritis can be changed. Sanatana Dharma declares, my scripture can be updated. All other guys are afraid. No other fellow says, no other person accepts, my words can be updated by my disciples. Rishis are telling, Smriti can be updated. It can be changed when the society changes. But Sriti is the techniques towards consciousness. Let us go to the Sriti, techniques to consciousness, leaving the Smriti, just the social laws. A deep inside devotion, if you feel that Lord is inside your being and if you meditate on Him, if you intensely do japa or relate with Him, that is going to help. But the physical activities are not going to anyway help. I've seen many people, they will come and boast in front of me. Swamiji, for last 30 years I am going around the Arunachala hill. What for you came? I have knee pain, please heal me, Swamiji. What you got? Only knee pain, Swamiji. So doing anything in the outer world is no way going to help. Growing your consciousness, that's what I tell you. Only one thing, meditation. Working to improve your consciousness, working in the line of awareness is the one and only key. Now when I tell all these things, it hurts, it feels, oh, what is this? Only when you leave the first layer, you will understand. All these things become just 2 color, and these ultimate truths became 4 color. I have seen many people, when I tell all these things bluntly, clearly, they leave me and go away. There are many people, if I say drop smoking, they will drop me. Naturally. Instead of dropping the smoking, they will drop me. I've seen, when I say this type of things, bluntly and the straight truth, they will leave and go away. And I feel sometimes deeply, oh, now they won't understand, because the whole world looks very 4 color, shining, catching, calling. Now I look in a 2 color superficial way. Today he will be there, tomorrow he will go away, leave, forget about him. And the whole thing looks in a very 2 color way. Many people come and tell me, no, Swamiji, you are having camp in a weekend, why don't you have in weekdays? If you have it in weekdays, you are having in weekdays, I have an office, why don't you have it weekend? Many people I have seen, because now all these outwardly things looks like a 4 color. So this looks like a 2 color. The moment you leave the body, I have seen many people, the moment they leave the body, immediately that becomes totally 2 color, and this becomes sharp 4 color. Deep guilt will rise in them. Array, I had the chance to meet this Paramahamsa, but I missed. What you missed, only at that time they will understand. Story. This is a little, even though it's little sharp, I should tell. Only then you will understand. 3 women, they died and reached Yama's court. Yama is sitting there and giving judgment. First lady came. Yama asked, what were you doing on the planet Earth? Did you live a faithful life to your husband? This lady said, yes, Deva. Yes, Lord, I lived a total chaste, pure life. They took out the list. It said, yes. Oh, all right. Yama said, all right. Let you have golden key and go and enjoy your heavenly rewards. He gave the first class treatment. She went. Next lady came. Yama asked the same question. Did you live a faithful life to your husband? No, Lord, only once, that also mentally only I did a mistake, not physically. You should forgive me. Yama took out the report and it said, yes. Oh, all right. Anyhow, you can have a second class treatment at least. So he gave silver key and told, all right, let you go on, have second class treatment. Third lady came. Yama asked, did you live a pure life in the planet Earth? She said, no. I did what all the things you can imagine, and I did what all the things you can't imagine. That is the way I lived. Now I don't know what to do. Yama just looked around and said, have my room key, go there, I'll be there. All your morality is just nothing but skin deep, just nothing but Just skin deep. So look into it. Your karma theory is nothing but societal program. You think the people who are not programmed for karma theory are not living? No. Of course, I am pulling down the whole structure so that you can go beyond. It is enough. We played with the mental toys. So are social toys. Karma theory is a mental toy. Enough. Drop your toys. Grow out of your fear and greed. Why should you do some good thing only for the sake of heaven? The very good deed itself is a joy. The very good deed itself is a joy. Yesterday really happened incident. Suddenly I received a phone call from one of our devotees that he was carrying some amount of money, all the collection from the past cities, whatever we are going all over the country. He took all the money to deposit in the bank. I suddenly received a phone call that all the money is lost when the SSP was going on. And my assistant, she was making such big scene. He said, keep quiet, relax, what is there? Even if it is lost, let it be. Okay, leave it. This is the way life. When you handle too much of money, naturally, sometimes it will be lost. Forget about it. I was very cool, calm, relaxed and making fun of her. No, Swamiji, you worked so hard. You have created so much. I don't know what has happened. I said, when you intensely work, the work itself is the reward, not the effect. As long as you are working for some greed, the work is not joy, then I will not enjoy your face. I will enjoy only seeing the Washington's face in the dollar bill. You see, if the teacher or the master, if I am working for some goal, then I will be thinking only his face. Only his face will be standing in front of me, not your face. The very work itself is joy. Why should we do some service? Only if we are given the candy. Heaven, you come to heaven, you will be given candy. Do some service here. No. Candy and cookies are only for kids. Enough. Now it is time for us to behave in a matured way. There is no need to bother about greed and fear. There is no need to bother about the reward and punishment. Still now, if we are running only based on greed and fear, be very clear, we are not matured. We are aged, but not grown up. Getting aged is different and growing up is different. So, all this karma theory is good to start, but not to end. God is a vague word. God is not a clear experience in your life. God is just a vague concept till you become enlightened. Even the idea of God originated, idea of God is created after the question, what happens after death? When this question was raised, many people try to give answer to this question in their own way. Many have tried to answer this question. So, somebody wants to answer. Some people created theories. Some people created philosophies. Few people created religions. Even the idea of God is created by the people who tried to answer this question, what happens after death? This is the most mysterious question according to me. From the time immemorial, so many persons again and again trying to answer this question. Every person who tried to answer this question created a new religion, new cult, new sect. All the religions are born out of this one question. What happens after death? What is actually happening at the time of death? Almost all the religions are born out of this one question. What happens after death? What is death? That's the most mysterious thing. Many people try to give many different kind of answers, many different understandings. Some say there are so many births. Some say there is only one birth. Some of them are in the idea, why should we bother at all, Swamiji? Forget about it. When it comes, let us face. Why should we even think of death? Let me answer this question first. Why should we even analyze, understand, think about death? Because your idea, your understanding about death is going to change your understanding about the life. Your understanding about death plays a major role about your understanding about the life. Your understanding about death plays a major role on the concept or understanding about life also. Mysterious thing in the world. What's the greatest surprising thing or mysterious thing in the world? You can come up with some of your answers. God. Then? Humans. Then? Birth. Then? Universe. Outer space. Then? Life. Then? Death. Then? The whole creation. Soul, consciousness. Each one has got their own answers. 5,000 years ago, the same question was put to a great man called Yudhishthira Raja, hero of the Indian epic Mahabharata, one of the greatest epic ever written in the planet Earth. Mahabharata. The hero of that epic is called Yudhishthira Raja, a great king. The same question was put to him by a demon, by a demigod. It asks him, Kimascharyam itaparam? What is the greatest surprising thing on this planet Earth? What is the mysterious thing, most mysterious thing on the planet Earth? Yudhishthira gives a beautiful reply with a Sanskrit sloka. I'll give you that Sanskrit sloka and then give the overall meaning. Agani bhutani gachantiha yamamandiram seshastiramischanti kimascharyam atapparam. Means, every day so many lives are going to the Yama's abode, the death's abode, to the death's house. But the people who are staying here, they think they are going to be here eternally. They think they are never going to die. This is the greatest surprising thing for me on this planet Earth. After seeing every day so many people dying, so many deaths happening, again people continuously believe, feel and live with the idea that we are not going to die. Our life is not going to end. For us, it is not. We always think only somebody else is going to get into the accident. We always think only somebody else is going to die. This is the greatest mystery. Death. Death is the greatest mystery. Mystery of all the mysteries. People come and ask me, Swamiji, sometimes I feel more confused after reading all these books. I tell them, it means you really read the books and understood. The purpose of the books is done. Actually, in the 18th chapter of the Gita, Arjuna says, "Oh Krishna, now I feel more confused than earlier. Before I started speaking to you, I was less confused. Now I have more confusion, more trouble. What have you done to me?" Krishna says, "Right. You exactly grasped my teaching. Means you heard me completely. I have done what I want to do. Little bit of confusion or little bit of doubts, the questioning attitude is a basic necessity. That is why I am trying to present both sides. The positive sides of Smriti and how it can have negative side effects on our mind if we approach it without maturity. Let me give the whole gist. First thing, we have a set of literatures called Shruti, which cannot be altered or changed, which is the ultimate experience of our masters. Next, we have a set of literatures called Smriti, which can be updated, changed, which can be updated according to times. You can change few statements or you can change few systems. You have the freedom. Now, the next thing, when it comes to the freedom, sometimes we tend to abuse that freedom without knowing, without having enough intelligence to catch the thread. Third thing which you need to understand about this religion and spirituality is, spirituality is the first level scriptures, Shruti, Upanishads. Religion is Smriti, the day-to-day literatures. It's like there is a concept. When you write some books, some literatures to explain the concepts in a day-to-day life, it becomes Smriti.
It's like a visualization of the higher concepts. In main scriptures, we speak about Atman, we speak about Brahman, about the all-pervading, all-knowing God or divine or energy. In the Puranas, in the Smritis, in the second level literatures, we speak how to implement those great truths in our day-to-day life. The model personalities or role models are explained. The hero worship starts in Puranas, in Smritis. In Smritis, our masters, they create ideal personalities like Krishna, Rama, Parasurama, Balarama. Different ideal personalities are created. It's like the metaphysical experiences, when they are translated to the physical plane, they become mythological stories. Let me give you this one example, then you will be able to understand. Of course, the concepts which I am speaking is too high, root of our system. When a master experiences the God consciousness, the higher experience of awareness, he feels boundaryless, all-pervading, ecstatic, blissful. When he feels that experience, he naturally tries to express it to his disciples. Translated as experienced, not as heard. It is the experience of rishis, forms the basic literature, basic scriptures of our Hindu philosophy, what we call Shruti. The Upanishads are the Shruti literature. That cannot be changed. That is the ultimate experiences of rishis, masters. That doesn't speak about the day-to-day routine or how you can practice. It just states about the goal. We call these scriptures as Shastras. We call these scriptures as Shruti and Shastras. They just give statements. What they experience when they reach the higher consciousness. This is one level scriptures. The second is Smriti. These are the books which gives you the instruction about how to practice these great truths in your day-to-day life. It's like a applied science. Just like applied science, this Smriti is a scripture which you need to follow in your day-to-day life. Without applied science, science has no use. But without the main theories, applied science cannot be created. You can't just have applied science without the main theories. And you can't use the science without applied science. Both are necessary. Both are necessary, especially when we come to the Smriti, when we come to these day-to-day rules and regulations, there should be an option for updating. There should be an option for updating, of course. No other tradition, no other masters dived so deep into the human consciousness. Nobody else has done so much of work on the human consciousness
that they could have clear understanding, they could not make such a clear difference between Shruti and Smriti. Let me tell you a small example. You got a timetable, train timetable, timetable of trains. You go to a railway station, seeing the timetable. After waiting for 24 hours, you suddenly realize not only the train is not coming, it is never going to come. Then you inquire them, what happened? Why the train has not come? And the station master suddenly reminds you, you are having the timetable of last year. It is not this year timetable. It is not the mistake of railway department. It is your mistake. When you have last year's timetable and wait for a train, and if the train doesn't show, if you don't see the train, you just start blaming the whole railway department, or you just start saying there is no such thing as train exists on the planet Earth. That's the same thing we are doing many times with the scriptures. We get old smritis and try to follow them. When we don't see the result, we start blaming. Understand one more thing. Usually, historians, people of logic, they see all the incidents, events only with their eyes. They record what has happened in the plane of length, breadth and depth. What happened according to their vision. What happened according to their understanding. They record it. They can understand only in the level of length, breadth and depth. That's all. They can say only in the level of length, breadth and depth, which you can see through your eyes. But when the masters see, they see another dimension also. Not only the length, breadth and depth, they see one more dimension of space and time. You need to understand this space and time. Example. Let me tell you this example. One old man went to a nearby village for some business. When he came back, when he was coming back from the village, far away, he saw his house is on fire. Started shouting, screaming, rolling on the ground, crying, weeping. Oh, my house is on fire, please save me, save me. Please help me, help me, help me to put out this fire. He started shouting, screaming, weeping. One of his sons ran towards him and told, don't worry, father. Just 2 days ago we sold that house, it is not our house anymore. Immediately this guy stood up. Oh, is it so? Then okay. He started smiling. He became alright. Within 10 minutes, one more son came and he said, no, father, we have sold the house, that is true, but we have not yet got the money. Then again he started rolling on the ground and started crying, weeping. Oh, please save me, save my house, save my house. I don't know what is happening. And again his wife came and gave the report. No, don't worry. Today morning only we got the money. It is already in the bank. We have deposited the money in the bank. We have got our money. Then again this guy stood up and said, oh, then it's okay. He became alright. Look this incident carefully. Just in 10 minutes time, same incident, same person, but two different reactions.
He went through different moods. Within 10 minutes, he had suffering, he consoled himself, again he had suffering, again he consoled himself. He undergoes different emotion, different moods. The incident is same. If a historian records this incident, he will record only what happened in length, breadth and depth. He will record only one thing. He will be able to record only one thing. What happened in the outer world? Length, breadth and depth. The house is on fire. This is the date. This is the time. This is the way it got fire. This is the way it ended. He can record only what has happened in the length, breadth and depth. If a rishi sees a person with a higher consciousness, if he sees, only he can record not only what happened in the length, breadth and depth, he will be able to record what happened in the space or consciousness of the owner. What happens in the space and time also because of this incident? What is the impact of that incident on the consciousness? We need to understand one thing, very important thing. You can't just read the incidents which happened in the length, breadth and depth and decide the history. History cannot be reduced just to the level of facts. We need to understand much more deeply the impact of that incident on human consciousness or on humanity. Only then we can really experience or realize the truth. All historians try their best to record only the incidents according to their length, breadth and depth, not according to their impact on human consciousness. For example, Gandhiji fasting and a housewife fasting after the fight in the house. These two cannot be the same. Gandhiji fasting for the freedom and housewife fasting for her freedom cannot be the same. If a historian records an incident, naturally he will record Gandhiji fasted for 2 days for freedom of the country. The housewife fasted for 2 days for her needs. This is the way it will be recorded. If you make the factual recordings, naturally you will record both incidents in the same way. Any intelligent person cannot agree both are one and the same. The impact of the incident, impact of the fact on space and time is totally different. When you record an history or an incident, you need to consider not only length, breadth and depth, you need to consider the space and time also. You need to consider the impact of that incident on the space and time. That's why I always tell people, science and logic is yet to catch with mystics. Science and logic is yet to catch with mystics. Just because they are not able to catch, never blame mystics. Never blame the experience of the masters. It's like when masters make a statement that There are stars in the sky 24 hours of the day. It is not that it's a lie. No, it is truth. There are stars. We may not be able to see it in the daytime because of the sunlight. Just because we are not able to see, we can't say there are no stars. Just because we are not able to see with our limited vision, we can't blame the truths declared by our masters. Logical person is yet to catch with our masters. If you are too factual, if you are too much based, dependent on your five senses experience, the experience of your five senses, you can't understand there are stars in the sky in the daytime also. Only if you use right instruments, right telescope, you will be able to see the stars in the sky. Actually, if you go to a deep well and see from the well, you can see the stars even in the daytime. You can go into a deep well and see from the well, the sky, you will be able to see the stars in the daytime. Of course, with right instruments, through right method, you will be able to experience what our masters say. When we don't know the right methods, we start blaming the whole system of truth. There's a very big difference between the truth and facts. Facts are realized with 120-degree vision. Truths are experienced with 360-degree vision. For truths, you need third eye. You need higher sense. You need higher awareness. You need higher perception. For example, if you read the Puranas, they describe extraordinary things like Hanuman lifting a whole hill and flying, or Krishna killing a big snake as a small child. There are incidents which is written. If you read and analyze with your logical mind, you will always find it is illogical. You can't believe a small child killing a very big snake, dancing on its thousands of hooves, and a small monkey carrying a big hill and flying. All these things look very illogical. But if you look deep, they are not just facts. These statements are made to give you the effect of what the incident is, or how much of power they had, or what was the impact of that incident in reality. Wrongly translated as celibacy led to so many complications and problems. The word brahmacharya in Sanskrit means brahmacharya, acharya, living. Acharya means living. Brahma, like Brahman, living like a god is the right translation of that word. Living with God, living like God, or living with existence. Living with existence. Usually, the moment people hear the word brahmacharya, they come and tell me, they come and ask me, Swamiji, should we renounce everything to achieve jnana, to achieve wisdom, Should we become brahmacharis? Should we give up everything? I tell them, there is no need to give up anything. Just give up what you don't have, that's enough. Live with what you have. Just give up what you don't have. Many times, you live with lot of fantasies which you don't have. When you give up what you don't have, that is enough. You will start living with what you have intensely. You have your husband, wife, family. Live with them intensely. But you have too many fantasies about how your wife should be, how your husband should be. Drop that fantasies. Just drop what you don't have. That's enough. That is what they mean by the word brahmacharya. Living with existence. Living with what you have. Usually we live with the things which we don't have. Continuously we live with the things which we don't have. Really, if you understand the word brahmacharya, it never asks you to leave your husband or wife or your house. The very rishi culture is grihastha dharma. All rishis are called as brahmacharis, but they are married. They had kids. They have lived with rishi patinis. But they are called as brahmacharis. How do you explain? The word brahmacharya means living with existence, not celibates. Of course, celibates are given a different title. It is called Naishtika Brahmacharya. That's a title. That's different title and different lifestyle. When we translate the Sanskrit words, even if we make a small mistake, the whole concept, the whole main thread is lost. It's like a disciple goes to a master and asks, Master, I have to cross this forest. Please help me. If a master says, go 1100 feet, then there will be a big snake, take a right turn, go 300 feet, there will be a lion, take a left turn and go 3 kilometers, then there will be a tiger, take a right turn, go 10 kilometers, there will be forest fire, take a right turn and go 3 kilometers, you will cross the forest. If a master gives this type of guidance, through which he came, or which is his experience, will the disciple be able to cross the forest? No, never. Today the snake may not be there. Today the tiger may not be there. Today the lion may not be there. Today the bear may be sitting. Or some other animal may be sitting. We don't know. Any clear-cut rules, any clear-cut guidance is always misguidance. Please be very clear. All guidance is only misguidance. When you try to guide with the standard rules according to your experience, please be clear, you are misguiding people. Instead of that, any intelligent master will do only one thing. He will just give a torch, burning torch. Carry this torch, go. Use your intelligence and give him the techniques to protect himself from animals. Just give him the way, how he can see the route. Only these two are intelligent things. Give him the torch to see the route and give him the intelligence to protect himself from the animals. Then naturally the person will cross the forest safely. All our scriptures are trying to do the second thing. They are trying to give you the torch and the way to protect yourself from the obstacles. The way to go beyond the obstacles. That's all. They never try to give you the details. That's one of the biggest problem we are facing. When we don't have details, when you have so much of freedom, you tend to abuse the freedom. Crimes are nothing but abusing the freedom given to you. That is why in the developed countries, crime rate is high. Crime rate is high because so much of freedom. In underdeveloped countries, or the countries which don't have so much of social freedom, the crime rate is very less. But naturally, people are living like slaves. Just how the crime rate is high in the countries where social freedom is more, same way, people also abuse the spiritual freedom. Now we have choices. I am bringing the truth. I am opening the truth completely in front of you. If you look little deeply, you will see many problems in our system and you will be little confused what I wanted to convey through this discourse. I don't want to convey any conclusion. I am just opening, presenting all the possible arguments and all the truths so that you can come to your own conclusion. I do not want to give any conclusion through this lecture. I wanted to create little confusion inside your being. I just want you to think and understand on your own about the whole system. Because unless you are little confused, you never grow. As long as you have clear-cut teaspoon feeding concepts, as long as you are given the concepts directly to swallow, you never internalize or you never start working on yourself. Our Puranas are written by the masters who can realize the impact of any incident in space and time also. That is the reason in some places some statements are made which you think as illogical or exaggeration. It is not really exaggerated. The statement is created for you to understand or realize the importance of that incident on human consciousness. Hanuman lifting Sanjeevani hills and flying. The incident may not be fact as it is. He may not have lifted a huge hill. He might have lifted only one part or few stones. But the incident has got a major impact on the history. Timely help. Timely, on time, he bringing that particular medicine to the war field has made help Lakshmana to get his life back. That incident has done a lot, contributed a lot to the history. To impress or to express the importance of the incident, they have dramatized the whole scene, or they would have used little more words to explain, to make you understand the impact of that incident on space and time. or the importance of that incident in the human history. So what you need to understand is the spirit, is the thread. Now I come to the main subject. With this idea, with this understanding, if you look our religious rituals, religious practices, you will be able to understand how they are embodiment or the expression of spirituality. How they are straight, directly connected to spirituality. The religious rituals or the religious scriptures or religious way of life, religious doctrines, religious rules, religious regulations, the very religious life itself is created only from this angle. They are the practical day-to-day life or manual to live, experience the great truths expressed by enlightened rishis. You need to have this one understanding how historians usually record only the length, breadth and depth, not the space and time, and how our rishis have recorded length, breadth and time, length, breadth, depth and space and time. The method in which our rishis have recorded incident is holistic. They have not missed anything. Usual historians, they tend to miss a lot, and they have missed a lot. That's the reason all Western history is based only on year, only on what happened, never on what is the impact of that incident on human consciousness. In the East, we created Puranas. In the West, they created history. History is superficial, just record of the incidents without bothering about their impact on human consciousness. In the East, masters are bothered. They gave more importance to the impact of that particular incident on human consciousness, on humanity. That's why we say, if you want to know the whole Eastern history, just read the history of these 10 handful of enlightened masters. That's enough. You'll know the gist. Just read the history of few incarnations. You know the complete history of East. In the West, you can't say that, because they never bothered about the impact of a particular person's life on human consciousness. We wrote the history based on the impact, not on the incident. There may be a very big incident happened which has no impact on the human consciousness. Our people never bothered to record it. They never even recorded it. Our people never bothered to record that type of incidents. There may be very small incident which would have changed the whole trend of thinking of the East. They recorded those incidents with a lot of importance given to it. And the so-called exaggeration is also done. Of course, when I say the so-called exaggeration, you need to understand, you can't analyze and criticize these incidents based on your logic and understanding. You need to have the complete vision why they made those statements. Only then you will be able to understand.
It is said that there is a 1,000-petal lotus on the head, Sahasrara Chakra. When your energy reaches there, when your Kundalini Shakti reaches there, the 1,000-petal lotus blossoms and it starts spreading the Ananda Gandha or Ananda, the bliss, smell of bliss, the joy and ecstasy. Actually, if you open and see, you will not find lotus, you will find only clay. If you open and see, you will not find lotus. It is not physical, it is metaphysical. It is metaphysical experience expressed in a different terms, the different words. When a disciple hears, he visualizes it in a different way. He draws a painting or he visualizes, he pictures as if a master is sitting in meditation, 1,000-petal lotus is there, it is blossoming. When a metaphysical experience is conceived and understood in a physical way, it becomes mythological story. It becomes Purana. It becomes Smriti. It is not completely fact, but it is truth. Understand? The master experiencing the 1,000-petal lotus flowering in his being is not fact, but truth. There is a very big difference between the fact and truth. Fact is what you see with the two eyes. Truth is what you experience, what you can perceive only through the third eye. Truth is the third dimension of fact. Truth is something more than fact. Usually, the truths should be understood from third eye, through your inner experience. If you try to analyze the truth with your limited vision, with your logic of facts, you will miss the whole juice of it. That is why, again and again, these so-called logical people question our Puranas, our scriptures. Again and again, they misunderstand the words of our rishis. Our so-called logical thinkers are found in our system because they don't understand the difference between fact and truth. If you can understand the difference between fact and truth, you will understand why our religion is created, why our great masters, rishis, have created the Puranas. Some Puranas say things which you can't logically relate. If you are a really logical person, you can never relate to the Puranas. But an ultimate experienced person, a person who has become enlightened, why should he say such an illogical thing? Why should he make a statement which doesn't suit our logic? He makes the statement from the level of truth. We try to understand it from the level of facts. Our Puranas are written by the masters who can realize the impact of any incident in space and time also. That is the reason in some places some statements are made which you think as illogical or exaggeration. It is not really exaggerated. The statement is created for you to understand or realize the importance of that incident on human consciousness. Hanuman lifting the Sanjeevani hills and flying. The incident may not be fact as it is. He may not have lifted a huge hill. He might have lifted only one part or few stones. But the incident has got a major impact on the history. Timely help. Timely, on time, he bringing that particular medicine to the war field has made help Lakshmana to get his life back. That incident has done a lot, contributed a lot to the history. To impress or to express the importance of the incident, they have dramatized the whole scene, or they would have used little more words to explain, to make you understand the impact of that incident on space and time, or the importance of that incident in the human history. So what you need to understand is the spirit, is the thread. Now I come to the main subject. With this idea, with this understanding, if you look our religious rituals, religious practices, you will be able to understand how they are embodiment or the expression of spirituality. How they are straight, directly connected to spirituality. The religious rituals or the religious scriptures or religious way of life, religious doctrines, religious rules, religious regulations. The very religious life itself is created only from this angle. They are the practical day-to-day life or manual to live, experience the great truths expressed by enlightened rishis. You need to have this one understanding how historians usually record only the length, breadth and depth, not the space and time. And how our rishis have recorded length, breadth and time, length, breadth, depth and space and time. The method in which our rishis have recorded incident is holistic. They have not missed anything. Usual historians, they tend to miss a lot, and they have missed a lot. That's the reason all Western history is based only on year, only on what happened, never on what is the impact of that incident on human consciousness. In the East, we created Puranas. In the West, they created history. History is superficial, just record of the incidents without bothering about their impact on human consciousness. In the East, masters have bothered, they gave more importance to the impact of that particular incident on human consciousness, on humanity. That's why we say, if you want to know the whole Eastern history, just read the history of these 10 handful of enlightened masters. That's enough. You'll know the gist. Just read the history of few incarnations. You know the complete history of East. In the West, you can't say that, because they never bothered about the impact of a particular person's life on human consciousness. We wrote the history based on the impact, not on the incident. There may be very big incident happened, which has no impact on the human consciousness. Our people never bothered to record it. They never even recorded it. Our people never bothered to record that type of incidents. There may be very small incident which would have changed the whole trend of thinking of the East. They recorded those incidents with a lot of importance given to it, and the so-called exaggeration is also done. Of course, when I say the so-called exaggeration, you need to understand you can't analyze and criticize these incidents based on your logic and understanding. You need to have the complete vision why they made those statements. Only then you will be able to understand. In the Eastern mysticism or in Vedanta, so much of importance is given to the master. For the West, it is very difficult to understand the concept of master. West knows only the teachers. Here, the very idea of master doesn't exist. From the beginning, all you know is university, schools, colleges, your teachers. The idea of master doesn't exist. In the East, even the regular education is only from masters, not from teachers. Even the so-called regular education for your day-to-day life, for your profession, even that was received only from masters, not from teachers. Of course, today modern day it has become West. Again, the modern day universities, all these things have come, that is different. But in the original Eastern Gurukulam style, they always emphasized on master. The difference between master and the teacher is a person who knows intellectually, who has got the intellectual knowledge. Master is a person who knows experientially, who has experienced about what he is speaking, who has experienced the truth. The Indian education system is always dependent on masters. Even the professional education, if you are supposed to become a king, if you want to learn the archery, you have to go to only to the master. You may ask, how can an enlightened master teach me in archery? How can an enlightened master teach me agriculture? What do enlightened persons know about the agriculture or about the archery or about the business? You will be surprised. Not only the agriculture or archery or architect building structures, even the sex is taught only by enlightened masters. The Indian culture, you will be surprised, everything has got a sutra, aphorism. The wonderful system, at the age of 7, a person will be initiated into meditation. Till the age of 14 he has to practice. Before 14, if he achieves the first glimpse of spiritual experience, he will study the spiritual science, Brahma Sutra. If he doesn't, he will science the study of life. He will study the aphorisms of life, Kama Sutra. Person who studies Brahma Sutra will take sannyas. The person who studies Kama Sutra will take Grihastha life, marriage. Everything is taught, guided by the enlightened masters. That is the reason the society was so beautiful. Nobody feels they are in wrong place. Nobody experiences the idea that I am in a wrong place.
I am not doing what I am supposed to do. Because the masters decide, the very young age, they very clearly decide what this person is supposed to do, what this person is supposed to achieve, what he will do, where he will go. Everything is clearly understood by the enlightened person, and he clearly guides the students. The difference between teacher and the master is teacher teaches verbally through his verbal language. Master teaches through his body language. Based on the lifestyle, in the next plane, you bother continuously about others' attention. Only if somebody gives you the certificate, you feel fulfilled. Otherwise, you feel dejected, you feel miserable, you feel something you have missed. Next is low self-esteem. Again, in this plane, why you feel low self-esteem at all? It is just based on others' opinions, because of others' attention. If many people say, you are nobody, you are nobody, you are nobody, you really feel you are nobody. You really start experiencing you are nobody. The opinion from others, based on that only you create opinion about yourself. According to me, you know about yourself from others' opinion. Why? Because you do not know anything about yourself. You create a personality just based on others' opinion, and you start believing you are that. Opinions are poor substitute for experience. If you experience about yourself, you will have solid knowledge. But if you are based on your lifestyle, if you are just based in the outwardly way, you can see very clearly your life just wants continuously other certificate. The more certificates you get, you feel you are more bigger. If you are based on life, you will have a tremendous deep satisfaction by what you do, not by what others say. By what you do, not by what others say. If the next ego, the next space is, one is low self-esteem. The sixth plane is high self-esteem. Low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself much less than what you are. High self-esteem is imagining yourself much more than what you are. Again, this is also based on others' opinion. If your lifestyle is too big, you think your life is also too big. You weigh yourself by the cars and bungalows which you have achieved, not by the quality of consciousness which you have achieved. Yesterday, the news reporter was asking me, how can you have so much of wisdom in such a young age? How is this possible? I told him, wisdom does not mean the experience. Wisdom does not mean the incidents which happened in your life. Wisdom means the intelligence or the right thing which you have learned from the experiences of your life. It is not just the number of incidents. It is the number of things which you have learned from the incidents. So if you are aware, if your eyes are open, even you don't have to undergo all the experiences. Life is too short to commit all the mistakes and learn. Life is too short to commit every mistake once and learn from the mistakes. No. Learn from others' mistakes. Learn from experiences. I was giving him a simple example. Experience means first touching the cigar fire and feeling, oh, cigar fire burns. Then touching the furnace fire and, oh, furnace fire also burns. Then touching charcoal fire. Oh, charcoal fire also burns. Then touching the matchstick fire. Oh, matchstick fire also burns. By the time you touch every type of fire and understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burnt. Your life is over. By the time you touch all the fires and experience and find out all the fires will burn, you will become old. Your body will be ready to be burnt. This is what I call experience. That's another kind of thing. By touching one fire and experiencing it, immediately you understand all fire will burn. That is what I say wisdom. Experience is totally different from wisdom. Experience is based on lifestyle. Wisdom is based on life. When you have the sharp awareness, when you have a total intelligence, when you have the consciousness of being, every incident reveals its truth in front of you. You are more aware of what is happening inside your being and outside your being. You are more aware what do you want to fulfill your life and fulfill your lifestyle. There are many people who run to fulfill their ego. Run. The moment they achieve, suddenly they feel they are looking like fools. Because when they started, just the other day one lady was telling me, Swamiji, 8 years ago I came to the States. When I came, I was having an agenda, a plan, what all I want to achieve. I thought I will take 20 years to achieve. But by God's grace, fortunately or unfortunately, I have achieved the whole thing. Technically, I have ticked everything. I have achieved in 8 years itself. But suddenly now I feel a deep void in me. I achieved what I want to achieve, but I have not achieved what far I want to achieve. What far is the joy and bliss that I have not achieved. Swamiji, tell me what is missing. What is happening to me? I have achieved what I want to, but I have not achieved what far I want to. I always tell them, the depression of failure is much better than depression of success. In depression of failure, at least you have hope that I may achieve tomorrow. I may achieve tomorrow. You can postpone your hope and you can have hope and you can live with that hope. But depression of success proves and makes you utterly understand the truth, which leads you to the straight truth. As long as you have a hope, it acts like a buffer for you. You don't feel the truth directly. But the hope, when the moment the hope is removed, the moment you start facing the reality, the moment you start experiencing the truth, without the buffer, truth hurts. Even if you don't have anything to do, you start thinking. You start planning or worrying. Continuous planning or worrying also. You are continuously bothered about lifestyle. You are bothered about what you heard or what you have seen or what you have read. These three, whatever inputs are put on you, is all related to the lifestyle. Either you collect the data or process the data or work it out. You are continuously engaged in these three activities: collecting the data, processing it, or expressing it. In the level of greed, sex, you run, and just to drop dead. You never experience the life. If you really experience the life, you will never have the fear of death. Because life and death are not two things. It is both sides of a same coin. So if you really experience the life, you will never bother about death. If you experience life, you will understand death is not the end of the life, it is climax of the life. Climax is not end. It's the peak of your life. It's an intense experience, intense energy which is undergoing the transformation. Gita says death is nothing but changing the shirt. Just like you're changing the shirt, you change your body. And changing the body leads you to inner transformation. You change, you learn the new way to live. You learn new expression to live. The second level, you are caught in the fear. Again, in the fear. The whole lifestyle is based on fear. Our whole lifestyle, you can see, based on fear. Continuously, you are afraid of something or other. Even when you are enjoying something, you are afraid that you may lose that enjoyment. Anytime, you may lose it. The very lifestyle is nothing but the fear, continuous fear. Your second plane is based on fear. If you experience the life, the awareness, the core of your being, you know there is nothing to be afraid. There is nothing to lose. There is nothing which you can lose. If you can lose something, let them be lost as early as possible. Better the early you are free from it. Anything which can be lost is not worth having. Anything which can be lost is not worth having. The third plane, you live in the unnecessary worrying, what I call corrupted inner chattering. If your inner chattering is corrupted, inner chattering means your inner thinking. If it is corrupted and if it is continuously disturbing your own self, that's what I call worrying. All your worrying is about the lifestyle. About your lifestyle. When you are centered on the lifestyle, you continuously worry about something or other. Either about car. If you have car, you worry about the spare parts. If you don't have, you worry about having car. If you have car and the spare parts, you bother about something else. Something or other comes up. If you don't get anything also, you try to get something. As long as you are centered on the lifestyle, you continue to corrupt your inner chattering. Your inner chattering is continuously disturbed. Next, attention from others. Attention need. That's the next plane. Now your problems become a little more subtle. They become more emotional. Once the basic things are fulfilled, the basic thing is sex, death and worry. Sex, fear and worry. Then you come to the attention need. Others' attention. As long as you are a lifestyle based person, you continuously ask for others' attention. You feel you are happy or you are expanded if so many people give attention to yourself. Whenever you feel energetic because of the group, because of the people, understand your whole lifestyle is based on attention. If somebody gives you attention, you feel you are energetic. Otherwise, you are dull. failure is much better than depression of success. In depression of failure, at least you have hope that I may achieve tomorrow. I may achieve tomorrow. You can postpone your hope and you can have hope and you can live with that hope. But depression of success proves and makes you utterly understand the truth, which leads you to the straight truth. As long as you have a hope, it acts like a buffer for you. You don't feel the truth directly. But the hope, when the moment the hope is removed, the moment you start facing the reality, the moment you start experiencing the truth without the buffer, truth hurts. It is too much. You are left you are left in a deep depression. You have nothing else to achieve. You have nowhere to go. A deep hopelessness descends on you. The deep hopelessness. And from this point, 3 roads are available to you. This is the point from where you can take in this someone of these 3 roads. One is drugs, which majority of the people decide. When you achieve the success of, when you reach the step, the success of depression or depression of success, you are successful, but you have not achieved what you really wanted to feel. You achieved what you want to achieve, but you have not achieved what for you want to achieve. Then the depression leads you in a place from where 3 roads are taking. One is drugs. Not only drugs means, not only I mean only alcohol or marijuana, all these things. Even food addiction is an addiction. Any addiction is addiction. At least with drugs you know that you are doing something wrong. With food addiction, obesity, you do not even know you are doing something wrong. Even the obesity is because of the success of it is because of the depression of success. The countries who achieved the depression of success, all the countries are obese. Because they achieved what they want to achieve in the lifestyle, but they have not achieved the life itself. The life is sold for the sake of purchasing the lifestyle. You sell your eyes to purchase paintings. You sell your tongue to purchase the food. You sell your legs to pay for dance class. Lifestyle is achieved, but not the root core of the life itself. In the rat race, there's a beautiful saying. The biggest problem in the rat race is even if you win, you are a rat. That's all. Even if you win, you are a rat. So, continuously, to prove your ego, you run. And finally, you feel like a fool. I have seen the people who continuously run. See, when you start to achieve something, you run. The moment you finished it, you suddenly feel the desire has disappeared. And I have seen many people coming and telling me, when I wanted to get a car, I thought the moment I get my car, my life will be heaven, Swamiji. Nothing else is necessary. But now I feel nothing much has changed. Nothing is happening. The moment you achieve, you understand, the whole thing is just your own imagination, your own feeling, your own thing. And the moment you achieve the one more thing, you realize you have paid too much for your desire. There was no such a deep desire, but you wasted so much of your time and energy in fulfilling that one desire. So the moment you run behind the lifestyle, one more thing, as long as you are running behind the lifestyle, you are continuously you will see, you will be under the pressure, under the stress, under the torture. You will be jumping from here to there or there to here continuously, this way, that way, this way, that way, this way, that way. No time to rest and enjoy, rest and live. Ultimately, a deep discontentment. That's the ultimate result of life. A deep discontentment. That is the seventh plane, the seventh emotion. If you are based on the lifestyle, you know, deep discontentment is the result which will come to you. In the end, there's a beautiful story of a king called Yayadi in Mahabharata. This guy said to be a man of greed, had all sorts of pleasure and enjoyed it for 100 years. When the death came, he is not ready to die. He says, no, please give me just only 100 more years. Death said, no, you already lived 100 years. He said, please do something. Death said, all right, if any of your sons are ready to give their life, then I will extend your time. One son said, all right, I will give my life. He gave and he was extended 100 years more. Again after that 100 years, the end of these 100 years, death came and this guy said, no, I do not know how these 100 years passed, please don't come so quickly. Death said, what is this? All right, one more extension, after all you are a big king. Again the third time, Death said, no, this time no extension is possible. But somehow he went and got the recommendation of some god, and the recommendation worked out. Death allowed, all right. So the same way it continued for 10 times. 10 times, 100 years. And after the 10th time, Yama says a beautiful word to the Yadi, that king. You are pouring ghee to put the fire off. You are pouring ghee to put the fire off. Can you ever achieve that? Can you ever quench your discontentment by putting more sensory pleasures, increasing your lifestyle? Suddenly Yayadi had a glimpse of realization. Satori, the first glimpse of realization, Yayadi gets and he realizes, yes, why I forgot to look back. Now I understand. How much of ghee you pour, fire can never be quenched by the ghee. So how much of life I may have, I can never feel satisfied. So lifestyle can never fulfill the life itself. And the quantity, number of years can never make you feel fulfilled. Only the quality of life can make you fulfilled. Don't add years to your life. Add life to your years. If you are in the mission of adding years to your life, you will never end. You will end only in discontentment. If you are in the mission of adding life to your years, be more aware. When I say add life to your years, I say 3 things. Live in the present moment. Have more awareness. And be totally conscious. When I say awareness, I am speaking about the outer world. When I say consciousness, I am speaking about the inner changes. Live in the present moment and have deep awareness about what is happening around you, and have deep consciousness. Have deep consciousness about what is happening inside. These 3 will give you the glimpse of what I say life, or energy, or experience, or samadhi. So, if your life is more based on the being and the consciousness, you will see you achieve a tremendous satisfaction and tremendous feeling of fulfillment happens to you. the life gives you such a deep satisfaction, such a deep fulfillment, you never bother about the lifestyle. Lifestyle is something related to your conditionings. If you are taught by your models, the actors or the ideals, wearing jeans is a lifestyle, you go for jeans. If you are taught by your ideals, the models, a different kind of fashion dress, immediately you go for that type of dress. So lifestyle is a conditioning given to you by society. Life is societal. Lifestyle, or what do you call us? Lifestyle is societal, but life is natural. Whatever comes to you as a natural is your life. Whatever is given to you by society is lifestyle. Lifestyle is the superficial thing, just a skin deep. But life is the core of your being. If you can keep in touch with your life, with your consciousness, even in the lifestyle you will be more happy. Whatever lifestyle you may live, you will be more happy. But we always run behind lifestyle. We think lifestyle needs to be changed. If you have any problem, immediately you think there is some problem in my lifestyle. No. There can be no problem in the lifestyle. If you start changing the lifestyle, you will never end. You will never end. In my camps, I ask the people, can you tell me what is worry? People always start telling me the reasons about worry. Tell them, no, don't tell me the reasons. Because if you start working on the reasons, you will never end. It's unending. Start working on the subjective experience of worry. So when you start working on the lifestyle, it will never end. Start working on the life itself. Create more awareness. Create more consciousness. As long as you are struggling with the lifestyle, you can never feel fulfilled. You can never experience the relaxedness. Man can never relax till he reaches graveyard if he is working with the lifestyle. Even in the tomb, he may be worrying, oh, these guys have put such a simple tomb for me. If you are running, if you are continuously bothered about lifestyle, you will bother how my graveyard is polished, how my tombstone is polished. And here I heard people purchase the plats. If it's onlooking, if it's a onlooking ocean or if it's onlooking a lake or something, the rate is high. When you are too much bothered about lifestyle, naturally you run, just to fall in the graveyard. Nothing more than that. There's a beautiful story in Zen Buddhism. One guy wanted to have 1 acre land so that he can grow his vegetables. He prayed to God, and instead of God appearing, Satan appeared. And Satan appeared in the form of God and said, don't worry, my son, I give you the boon, not only 1 acre. Tomorrow from morning till night, whatever area you cover by running, that land belongs to you. If God means, He would have given just 1 acre, and you would have really lived happily. But it is Satan. He said, tomorrow from morning till night, whatever area you cover by your running belongs to you. This guy thought, oh, that's nice. I can walk up to 10 acres so that I will have enough space for vegetable and my house and for everything. After 1 hour he thought, I think I should walk 20 acres so that I will have for my next generation also. After 1 hour he thought, why not 100 acre? After all, God has told me, I can have a small kingdom itself. Next day morning he decided, let me not calculate, let us do as much as possible, let me run as long as possible. The moment sun started, he started running. By the time he was carrying his food, by the time it is 2 o'clock, his body said, please give me a little food. He thought, no, tomorrow we can eat. Proper graveyard. He started running. The sun is about to set. 7:15. Sun is setting. Body says, no, I can't run anymore. He said, no, just let me finish this graveyard so that I'll have a clear graveyard also for my country. He ran. The moment he saw the sun is setting, he fell and never got up. If you look little deeply, really the same thing happens to our life. We never relax. Understand? We never relax. We always postpone the enjoyment afterwards. We say, let me enjoy the life later on. Let me enjoy the life later on. When you are studying, you say, I will enjoy when I am married. When you are married, you say, after the kid. When you are having the kid, you say, let him get educated. Then you say, let me finish the job. Then you say, I'll retire and then I will enjoy the social security. By the time you are retired, you are trained to run. You create a mental setup which never lets you relax. You create a lifestyle which never lets you relax. You can see. I have seen in India, he would have got married, his son would have been married, even the grandson would have been married, but he will be sitting and reading the Hindu newspaper matrimonial column with a big glass. He will be reading the matrimonial column because there is no work. Same newspaper from morning till night, he will be sitting and reading. Even the editor wouldn't have read. Why? Whether you sit with a TV or you sit with a newspaper or you sit with some magazine, but you never sit with yourself. The capacity to sit with yourself is what I call life. Because of social conditioning, you lose so many powers which is available to you. Same way, when the kids whirl, they balance their energy. Actually, whirling is a beautiful technique to balance your energy. In Sufism, whirling is given as a meditation technique. When kids whirl, they balance their energy. But you don't feel comfortable or happy when they whirl. You shout at them, keep quiet, sit in a corner, who asked you to whirl, what are you doing, you will fall. The main reason is you can't bear when somebody is so joyful. Really, we have a little bit of jealous towards the kids. Here I am dying, you fellow, you are jumping and enjoying. No, never ever think that you don't have jealousy. Look deeply, you will understand. Really, we feel jealous when kids are jumping around. When they are jumping around. That's why we shout at them, keep quiet, sit in a corner, don't write. Who asked you to write on the wall? Who asked you to jump? Why are you whirling? Shout at them. Make them also dull, dead, just like us. Then we are very happy. Now we have established ourselves in our kids. So many potential power are the energies we lose because of social conditioning. Because of social conditioning. I'll repeat the sutra once more. As breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize whenever the incoming breath takes a turn, as outgoing breath, it is. And whenever the outgoing breath takes turn, becomes the incoming breath, again you experience the neutral space. Be aware of these two neutral space. You will see, you will be able to feel very clearly the incoming breath awakens energy, the outgoing breath awakens intelligence. Of course, in a way, energy and intelligence are one and the same. Two sides of the same coin. To give you a little deeper explanation, energy, intelligence, love, bliss, all these things are one and the same. When the consciousness expresses through your head, it's intelligence. When it expresses through your heart, it is love. When it expresses through your being, it is energy. When it is there as it is, without moving, it is bliss. So all four are same phenomena, different names of same space. Now it is time, we will work on the meditation technique. If you have intelligence without energy, it is curse, dangerous. Be very clear, it is curse. A small story. In a party, one guy goes near a lady and asks, "Please pardon me, but I am not able to resist noticing beautiful diamond in your finger. What is it?" She said, "Oh yes, you must have heard about this Culbertson diamond. It's very popular. But it comes with a curse." He asked, what curse? "Oh, that curse name is Mr. Culbertson." So, sometime, if you just get only intelligence or just get only energy, no intelligence, it is a curse. It's not a blessing. As long as matter is the inspiration source for you, as long as your identity is inspiration source for you, you cannot be alive, active eternally. You cannot be alive or active eternally. You will be entering into the space of death again and again, because matter cannot be alive. Matter by its very nature is not alive. If you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, the spirit will become inspiration source for you. You will be driven, you will become active, alive again and again by the spirit, by the energy and intelligence. Energy and intelligence will become source for your life. Whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you are flooded with intelligence, you will be able to receive it. You being flooded with intelligence and energy is what I call God consciousness, experiencing Shiva. Do not think experiencing Shiva means somewhere you will see a big God with that four hand and a snake and with a trident. That is not experiencing Shiva. Experiencing Shiva means you being flooded with energy and intelligence. Whenever you are flooded with energy and intelligence, be very clear, you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. You may be aware or unaware, but you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. First, as I told you, at least 21 minutes, try to practice this technique, watching both the gaps. Next, whole day, whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you become alive, you can see when you get some thought related to greed, some desire, suddenly you will see that your whole body is alive. You are alive, you are overflowing, bubbling with energy. You just want to do that. Be aware of that moment. Just be witness of that moment. I tell you, if you can witness whenever you are flooded with energy, you can retain that same excitement, same energy without object. For example, suddenly you become alive when you remember your friend. You remember your friend, you wanted to go and see him or her. You become alive. You jump out of your bed. You can jump out of your bed. Be aware of that moment. Be aware what is happening in you. How that excitement is happening. How the energy is spreading. How you are being flooded with energy throughout the body. What is happening with your body and mind? Be alive. Be aware. You will see you are able to be in that same excitement, same high peak energy level without the object, without even that friend, without he or she. Then you are liberated from the object. Desire without object is pure energy. Energy directed towards object is desire. Desire and prana, they two are very closely connected. That is why whenever you are caught by lust or greed, your prana flow totally changes. Now, I am trying to help you to shift the whole consciousness of your prana. The source of inspiration for your prana should be the neutral space, not your identity. Person who is energized from the neutral space, he will be alive, active, vibrating and blissful whole day. There is no need for anything else. There is nothing needed from outside to excite him. His very being is excitement. That is why you can see kids. Nothing much is necessary to excite them. Nothing much is necessary to excite them. They are alive. Constantly they are alive. Simple things are enough to excite them. Actually, you don't even need a simple thing. The same thing, if you give it through the other side, they will be excited. Instead of giving from right hand, if you give from left hand, they will be excited. That's all. Nothing much is necessary. That is why Shiva is called Asudosha. In Sanskrit, there is a beautiful word, Asudosha. Simple things can please him. Because he is in that consciousness. He is like a child. Innocent energy. There is no need for big things to please him. Whatever is not necessary, whatever is not used by the society, Shiva accepts. He can be pleased even with a simple thing. Pure energy without object. Pure energy without object. Desire without object is energy. Energy with directed towards some object is desire. When I wandered all over India, I always used to stay in burial grounds. Smashan is the place I'll stay. People ask me, why do you choose always Smashan to stay, Swamiji? I tell them two reasons. One, I don't have to reserve. I don't have to book. There is no need for reservation. Second thing, every village will have burial ground. Every village will have Smashan. Third important thing, it will be really peaceful. According to my experience, only living people disturb others. Dead people never disturb anybody. According to my experience, only living people disturb others. Dead people never disturb others. These are the basic three reasons. I don't have to reserve. All village will have one smashan. An important reason, it will be peaceful and silent. There will be no disturbance. I think that's why Shiva also chose. Let it be very clear, here Shiva is creating subtlest possible technique for human beings. Human beings as such cannot work directly on the ether, on mind. The thing which they can directly touch is only the breath. And breath is the bridge between you and the universe. It is the bridge between your body and the mind. You can see very clearly. Till breath, you are only body. After the breath, you are mind. If you see all the five elements. Till the air, you are only body. Whether it is earth, water, or fire, or the air. All these four are only body. But after the breath, after the air, after the prana, it is mind. The ether is mind. The breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Your matter and spirit. Body is the matter. Spirit is the energy. Breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Breath is the bridge between your body and to the universe. Please be very clear. Constantly you are connecting with the universe. You are relating with cosmos through the breath. The moment you stop relating, you are dead. The moment you stop relating, you are dead. He says, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in and just before turning out. Once the breathing goes in and before it turns out, it touches your inner space. Let it be very clear. Every single breath is directly managed by your Atman, not by your mind. Let it be very clear. That is why even if you forget, you go on breathing. If it is under the control of your mind, long before you would have stopped breathing. Because you forget so many things, you would have forgotten this also. It is not under the control of your mind. It is under the control of consciousness. Every single breath, you go and touch your inner consciousness. You straight away go and reach your inner consciousness, then come out. Every single breath is directly related to your inner consciousness. That is the easiest method to reach enlightenment. Let me be very clear. With any other technique, you have to do something. Here, you don't have to do anything. Just be. And automatically you will be taken into the space where the enlightenment is happening. Automatically you will reach the space where consciousness is your nature. Automatically you will enter into the space where you are in Shiva consciousness. Every moment you are reaching the space of Shiva consciousness. You are entering into the space of Shiva consciousness without even your knowledge. Only thing, all you need to do is just be with the vehicle which goes into the inner space of Shiva consciousness. If you just keep quiet and sit in the train, that is enough. Your breath is the train, vehicle, which is going into the Shiva consciousness every moment. But the moment it goes near the Shiva consciousness, you feel a little suffocated and you say, no, this is not for me, let me get down, you get down. And when the train comes back to your station, you get into the train and come back again. You think of going from here to Seattle, get into the train, but the moment you reach the Mount Shasta, you feel, no, it's too cold, it's not for me, and you get down, wait there. When the train comes back, you sit in the train and come back to LA, that's all. Every moment, God has already created an automatic mechanism to reach enlightenment. And one thing, He doesn't trust us. He knows any job left to human beings, they will mess it. They will mess it. Let it be very clear, He has already created an automatic mechanism where you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just sit in the train and relax. As they say in the flight, sit back and relax. Enjoy your flight. Nothing else needs to be done. You are in Shiva consciousness. All you need to do is sit back and relax. You are in Shiva consciousness. Here, the first technique, such a beautiful technique, he says, their state of fullness is found by fixing them in two places of the origin. Just before the turning up, there will be always a gap where you don't breathe, where the breath is not happening, where it is taking turn. If you can relax in that gap, if you can be aware of that gap, a sudden explosion of consciousness is possible in you.
The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you show to yourself, both are the thoughts selected randomly, illogically, unconnected way and clutched into a shaft. Understand? The identity which you are showing to the outer world, which will be always something more than what you are. Because from the beginning, your schools, colleges, universities and society teaches you how to sell yourself, how to market yourself. Constantly you are an utility. So naturally you have to show to the outer world something more than what is. So the ahankar, that's what we call in Sanskrit, the identity which you show to the outer world, it will be always more than what you are. And the mamakar, the identity which you show to the inner world, to yourself, it will be always less than what you are. Constantly you carry a guilt, you carry low self-esteem, and you chisel, you work on yourself. We do not accept as we are. Constantly you carry a guilt and constantly you carry a low self-esteem. I always tell people, whatever self-esteem you carry about you, people ask me, Swamiji, I don't feel I have low self-esteem. Please be very clear. Whatever idea or whatever image, whatever identity you carry as you, less than you being a God, is low self-esteem, because you are God. Understand? Whatever self-esteem you carry about you, less than you being a God, is low self-esteem. Because you are God. Every self-esteem which you carry is low self-esteem. Whatever you believe as you is a lie. You are something more than, much more than what you project to the outer world and what you project to yourself. When you unclutch, you will realize the truth. What you thought as you, your identity, whatever you thought as you, is nothing but few thoughts randomly, illogically picked up from the huge thought waves which is raising in you and connected in a very illogical way, clutched in a illogical way, and you carry that identity and project to the outer world, sometime project to yourself and start believing it as you. For example, if you have 1 million thoughts in your mind, you just pick up a few thoughts in a very random way, clutch them and start believing in those thoughts. Start thinking you are that. Your past is that. Your life is that. And your identity is that. Few examples. Few understanding. The sufferings, the pains which you had 10 years ago, pains which you had 9 years ago, the pains which you had 8 years ago, pains which you had 7 years ago, they are all independent, unconnected incidents, happened due to different reason, a different situation, different purpose, different space, at different time. But mentally, for your reference sake, you archive all these experiences in one file. Usually you archive all these experiences in one file. Archiving is nothing wrong. But by and by, you start believing that they are all connected. First, you archive them for utility's sake, utility reason. When you start believing them, all these pains which has happened in your life is connected. You come to a decision, your life is pain. Your life is a suffering. The moment you come to a decision, my life is a pain, my life is a suffering, you have created hell for you. We have created hell for ourselves. One more thing, when you strongly start believing your last 10 years was filled with depression, filled with suffering, now you created a mental setup. Naturally, you will start believing your future is also going to be pain and depression. For example, till yesterday, you are only walking, you won't be able to fly. You know about your past, you never fly. You are only walking. Can you believe from tomorrow you can start flying? You can't. You know, only from tomorrow also you will be only walking. Of course, you can fly in the flight, that is different. Last few years, if you don't have wings, naturally you know, next few years also you are not going to have wings. Same way, last few years about you, if you have decided it was pain, suffering, depression, you will be very clear your future next few years is also going to be like that. That is why I always tell people, if you connect all the sufferings of your life and create a shaft of pain, my life is pain, my life is depression, you have created hell for you. You forget the beautiful, wonderful moments happened many times again and again between these sufferings. When you start believing in pain shaft, you forget the joyful moments which happened in your life. Like a million thoughts is there, 1 million thoughts. In that, you pick up only 10 thoughts, clutch them, create a shaft, and you start believing these small 10 thoughts or the clutch shaft is the representation of million thoughts. Your life is filled with millions of experiences. But when you pluck few painful experiences randomly, which is independent, illogical, unconnected, and clutch them and create a shaft, when you start believing this shaft is the representation of your past, my past is pain, my past is depression, my past is suffering, my past was suffering. When you start believing, you have created hell for you. Your faith, your belief, your understanding about your past plays a major role in designing and creating your future. Navrajena Vischaktir Marutrupa Vikasite Nirvigalpataya Madhye Taya Bhairavarupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the energy unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. As I was telling you the other day, scientist is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the understanding which happened to him. Master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experience which happened to him. Scientist is a person, he creates a formula to reproduce the intellectual understanding related to the outer world. For example, Newton, he saw the apple falling in his garden. Suddenly he had some understanding. He had the glimpse of truth. Why the apple should fall? If we saw, either would have picked up and eaten or forget about it. Why unnecessarily think about all those things? Why it falls? Why should it be attracted towards the earth? Anyhow, he had some understanding. Why it is falling? He had the glimpse of truth. He created the formula for us also to understand the truth. He created a formula to reproduce the same understanding which happened in him related to the outer world. Master is a person who creates formula, who creates a technology to reproduce the experience related to the inner world. Here, Shiva is just reproducing the technology to achieve the Bhairava consciousness, Shiva consciousness. He says, one attains the nature of Bhairava. He says, Bhairava Rupata, you achieve me. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. You achieve the Bhairava consciousness. There are so many levels of experience.
Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salokya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like you stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a Salokya Mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya Mukti. So lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samipya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samipya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarupya Mukti. Sarupya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. The god is wearing the Kunkuma, the Dwara Balaks also will be wearing Kunkuma. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in that same Rupa. Sarupya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness. Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Today's subject is integrate and evolve. Shiva is taking us into the deeper layers day by day. Today he is taking us to a different dimension. Let's enter into the sutra. Navraje navvischaktir Marutrupa vikasite Nirvigalpatayam madhye Taya Bhairava rupata Navraje navvischaktir Marutrupa vikasite Nirvigalpataya madhye taya bhairava rupata. The translation goes, the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then you attain the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Again, this is also technique related to breathing. Actually, first 9 techniques are related to breathing. First day itself I was explaining. Breathing is the right place to start. That is the right place to begin the spiritual practice. There are so many masters who try to work on the earth, all the religious techniques, the puja, yoga, all of them start with earth, the physical part. Then there are some techniques related to fire, homa, so many techniques to fall in tune with the fire. There are some techniques to fall in tune with ether, but the problem is, straight away when you try to fall in tune with ether, Akash energy, sometimes you are not so subtle, you will not be able to grasp it. Prana, the air is the right space, anybody can start from this space. Nobody will miss it. There are many masters who directly try to work on ether. Straight away trying to work on the consciousness may not help all the individuals. Here Shiva is trying to work through the breath, through the prana. He is taking us to the same height. He is leading us to the same depth through proper method, through a proper channel, through a proper technique, by helping us to work on the breath. You are supposed to start where you are. You are supposed to start where you are. You can't start where you have to end. You are supposed to end in consciousness, but you can't start in consciousness because you are not there. If you are already there, why you need teaching? You don't need anything. You don't need meditation. Somebody goes to a great yogi and asks, Master, I want to learn meditation. Master says, no, first you have to master the yama, means you have to practice the yama, niyama. What is the yama and niyama? Be truthful, practice brahmacharya, don't steal others' things, live a non-violent life. You have to practice all these things, only then you can start meditation. Disciple asks, if I can do all these things, then why I need meditation? If I can do all these things already, then why I need meditation? Person who can straight away work on consciousness doesn't need anything. He doesn't need teacher. He doesn't need any help. You have to start where you are. You can't straight away think of the goal. Goal is truth, but you can't start with the goal. Here, Shiva is, of course, Shiva is practical person. I have read thousands of spiritual books. If at all I am asked to choose a single book among the 1,000, I will choose the Shiva Sutras only. It's a pure essence, and not only that, he is so practical. He is taking us to the same height, but step by step. is beautifully leading us step by step to the highest truth. Today is opening up and declaring the highest truth, but not straight away, after preparing us. First, with the first 3 sutras, he has prepared us. Now he is opening up the truth.
That's a wonderful question. In today's world, material world, we have good and bad energy. Naturally, we find bad energy or black energy raising its ugly head. How could meditation solve this problem? Please be very clear. The first idea, in today's world, we have good energy and bad energy. The question should be understood a little deeply. Don't think only in today's energy we have good energy and bad energy. Even in those days, even 5,000 years ago, there was good energy and bad energy. Do you know? The writings, which is called the stone writings, which is done in Mesopotamian culture 5,000 years ago, even in those writings, there are words which says, nowadays the world has become very bad. Nowadays, lot of bad things have started happening. Now nothing goes according to Dharma. Things have changed a lot. 5,000 years ago, the same words. Please be very clear. There was no time when only good prevailed. It is just an idea. From the beginning, or if there is a beginning at all, if there is a beginning, from the beginning, I can say good and bad both existed. So understand, not only in today's world, it was continuously existing. One more thing, how could we find bad energy or black energy raising its ugly head? I don't think negative energy can raise its head against positive energy. Maybe you are getting more information about negative energy, that's all. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why there are one in those days, in Buddha's time, only one enlightened master was there. In Buddha's time you can see only Buddha was there, then only Mahavira, only few enlightened masters. Nowadays in the modern world, so many enlightened masters are there, so many spiritual gurus are there. Why? I simply gave an answer. It's a simple thing, nothing. It's just because of website. Just because of internet. See, Buddha didn't have a website. Buddha didn't have internet connection. So now we have communication. Now we have all the facility. So in Buddha's time also, enough of enlightened masters existed. Please be very clear. The number of enlightened masters is same. It is never high or low, it is same. But in Buddha's time, there was no internet. Now, the communication is there, that's all. Maybe because of communication, you get more news about negative energy or black energy. Otherwise, I don't think the energy gets imbalanced. World continuously runs between the negative and positive energies. So, if you understand, it is just your mental perception. If you wear a green glass and look at the whole world will look like it. Look as you a small example, beautiful example from Quran. If a donkey looks at the mirror, what it will see? Naturally a donkey. Same way, if you look at the world and you say the world is full of negativity, please be very clear, you need to work on you, not on the world. That is what in Vedanta they say beautifully. Drishti Srishti and Srishti Drishti. These two terms, if you understand, this whole idea you can understand. Srishti Drishti and Drishti Srishti. Srishti Drishti means you see what exists. Srishti is existence. Drishti means you are seeing. You are seeing what exists. But Vedanta says, Drishti Srishti. You see, actually, you just create what you want to see. You don't see what exists. You create what you want to see. Even in the field of psychology, the psychologists they say, if 100 things happen around you, only 2 things are taken note, you note down, you look or you feel, you understand, only 2 things. You just eliminate all other 98 things. Your attention falls only on 2 things. So naturally what you do, you see the things only which you want to see. You see the things only which you want to see and the way in which you want to see. There are 2 things. One is collecting the argument and giving judgment. Another one is having the judgment will be ready and you collect the arguments to support the judgment. So in our life, most of the time, judgment is ready. You just collect the arguments to support the judgment. So your idea, the negative energy has become more in this modern world or today's world. I am not able to accept this idea. Negative and positive, both are there in the planet Earth from the beginning. So it is just what you see. And one more thing. Krishna calls Dharmaraja and Yudhishthira. There is a beautiful small story in Mahabharata. Krishna calls the Duryodhana and Yudhishthira and says, Duryodhana, go and get at least one good person. And says to Dharmaraja, go and get at least one bad person. Both came back, get behind. So it is just what you understand. So it is just because of newspapers and website, not because of anything else. And understand, it is just your idea. Naturally you can go beyond.
Having taken birth in the material world, no need of selecting. There is nothing like spiritualism, there is nothing like materialism.
That's right.
One has to simply accept the things around him as it is.
That's all.
And be conscious and continue.
That's all. That is what I want to say. You put it in the 3 words. Beautiful. Thank you. That is why the first sutra of the Upanishad says, Isha Vashyam Idam Sarvam. That's all. Upanishad does not say there is something called divine, there is something called energy and there is something called material. No. Isha Vashyam Idam Sarvam. The word Idam means, and the word Sarvam means everything. Just everything. Sarvam means nothing is excluded. Just everything is divine. Only one thing we need. We need to renounce the idea of materialism and spirituality, nothing else. But if you want to really progress in spiritual life, just drop the idea of materialism and spirituality. If you want to become enlightened, just drop the idea of enlightenment. That's enough. Nothing else is necessary. There's a beautiful example given by Ramana Maharishi. The idea of spirituality is like a stick which is used to burn the dead bodies. See, to burn a dead body, they will use a big stick. They will use the stick and beat the body and push it again and again into the fire to burn. The moment the body is burnt, the stick also will be thrown into the fire. Same way, the idea of spirituality is brought into our life to burn the idea of materialism. Once you understand, both are just things to be burned. Throw both, drop both. You will simply
became enlightened. The idea of spirituality, the idea of materialism, when it is dropped, you enter into a different space called quantum spirituality. Living without words, living in a wordless space. That is what I call quantum spirituality. Let me answer the next question. Then we will enter into the technique of living in the wordlessness, or living in the space where words does not exist. Words are only making the difference. Words are only creating the boundary of horizontal line and vertical line. When you drop the words, when you drop the ideologies, when you drop the ideas, the difference between horizontal line and the vertical line simply disappears. Every point of the house, because you have some other choice. You have some other choice. If you really don't have any other choice mentally, if you really don't want any other choice, if you don't have a dream home, if you don't have any other fantasies about bigger house or a different bungalow or a different place to live, naturally you will not suffer. The moment idea of your dream home enters into your life, the moment the idea of dream home enters in between you and your home looks like hell. Your home looks like hell. The moment the idea of beauty enters in between you and your body, understand a simple thing. When you start thinking somebody is beautiful and you are not up to the mark, you create a gap between you and your body. You start creating a gap between you and your body. I am not saying male feeling a man feeling a woman as a beautiful. I am not telling that. I am telling a man feeling another man as beautiful. Women feeling another woman as a beautiful person. A man, if he feels somebody else's body is beautiful, he should also look like that person. He starts creating a gap between he and his own body. He starts creating a gap between his consciousness and his body. He starts losing sensitivity. Everyone is beautiful unto himself. There is no scale that somebody is beautiful and somebody is ugly. You are unique unto yourself. Everybody is beautiful. See, God is not an engineer to make a mold and create a continuous same type of people. God is a painter, He is an artist. He paints every one of you. He designs every one of you. God is a painter, God is an artist. If He is an engineer, naturally what He will do? He will do mass production. He will do mass production, make a best mold, best nose, best eyebrows, best face structure, best body structure, start molding. Just do the mass production. But God is not engineer. He is an artist. He paints every one of us. The moment you start thinking somebody else is beautiful, I am not up to the mark, you start creating gap between you and your body. Naturally you become less sensitive to your body. You stop living inside your body. One of the biggest problems in our life is not living inside your boundary. We continuously live somewhere else. For example, the moment you get up from your bed and start brushing your teeth, you are in the office. You start thinking about the office. The moment you come to your dining table, you are worrying about your evening program. The moment you are in the office, you start thinking about the evening program, some temple or some beach or some program where you are supposed to go. The moment you come and sit in that lecture, you start thinking about your house, when this Swami will end the discourse, when I can go back to the house.
there is so much to be done in the house. So the moment you go back to your house, you start thinking about tomorrow morning what. One thing you can be sure, if your body is here, you are not here. That has become a way of life. That has become a way of life. If your body is somewhere, you are not there. That has become a way of life. So why we don't live inside our body? The moment you have an idea, somebody is beautiful than you. Somebody looks nice than you. The moment you start decorating yourself to look like somebody, you start creating gap between your consciousness and your body. Whenever you bring fantasies, dreams between you and your real life, you bring Maya to disturb you. It is you who invite Maya into your life to disturb you. All our problems in relationship is nothing but the expression of our fantasies. Because of our fantasies, we start expressing, we start creating problems. I always tell you, it's a simple thing. Please understand. You don't have to renounce what you don't have. You don't have to renounce what you have. Just renounce what you don't have. That is more than enough. This is the simple understanding which you can have about the Maya. One thing, when you live deeply in every moment, you are living in a totally detached way. If you live, you can live. When you don't live, only then you can't live. The fear of detachment is nothing but, in reality, you see, why we are so afraid of detaching? Because we have not lived. If you really live, even a single moment, your life, you will not have the fear to detach yourself from the life. If you live, you will understand attaching and detaching, living or leaving. Both are only two different words, but the experience is one and the same. Experience is just one and the same. As long as you have the idea, the spirituality is a part of your life, a part-time job, you can neither become spiritual nor become worldly. All our ideas about so-called worldliness and so-called spirituality is just junk. Nothing but junk. It is just words, hypocrisy. Whatever you call as a spirituality is nothing more than some doings, some actions. Whatever you call the ritual or any practice, it is just skin deep. Either you do it physically or mentally. Both are not going to transform you. Something more than physical or mental action, what I call inspiration, is necessary to experience the truth, to experience the missing link. The missing link is what I call living in the moment. Living in the present moment. When you live in the present moment, you discover the missing link between worldly life and the spiritual life. Then you will really understand what I mean by the word quantum spirituality. You don't have to bother about traveling in the horizontal line or traveling in the vertical line. You don't have to have the idea, if I travel in the horizontal line 100 km, I will miss my traveling in the vertical line. No. Just you can explore in horizontal line and in vertical line in the same time, in the same space. as part of your life, be very clear, other part is going to take revenge on you. As long as you think meditation is the quantity to be added to your routine, you will have conflict. You will have conflict. Meditation is not the quantity to be added to your routine, it is the quality to be added to your routine. Only when you understand, you don't need separate time for worldly life and separate time for meditation. You enter into a real spiritual life. What the scientists call a singularity. That is what I think. I feel the word Brahman can be translated with the word singularity. The space beyond the matter and energy. The space beyond the conflict of worldly life and spiritual life. That is what I call quantum spirituality. When you understand, you can travel in horizontal level and the vertical level, both in the same time, in same space. Little difficult concept to understand. A little difficult concept because verbally you can't express. When I say the word horizontal line and a vertical line, I myself make a difference between the space, different space, difference in, I express difference in space. But again I say, you can travel in horizontal line and vertical line the same time in same space. It's a little difficult to understand intellectually. It's a little difficult to express verbally. But experientially, if you go a little deep into your being, a little deeper than a word, a little deeper than your inner chattering, you can really understand the idea. You can travel in horizontal line and vertical line simultaneously. Let me make a small sketch for you to understand this idea, because I am bored of giving the public discourses. Now I started feeling it's enough that I have given a public discourses. Now I feel I wanted to give only techniques. Techniques which you can carry after this session. I do not want to give theories. And you also must be bored of attending the public discourses and spiritual discourses especially. Bangalore is just haunted by spiritual discourses. And you also must be bored, and as you are, I am also bored of giving continuously the spiritual discourses. I feel if I give some technique, I will really help you, and I will not be wasting your time. Just an intellectual idea is not going to help you much. If you understand and make it as a technique to be practiced in your day-to-day life or a 24-hour routine. 24 hours plus few minutes. Now they have recently discovered a day is not 24 hours, 24 hours plus few minutes. So, to be followed in your daily life, I will be helping you really. So, let me make a small drawing. As long as you think you can travel only in the worldly life, you go in the horizontal line. As long as you think you can travel only in the spiritual life, you travel in the vertical line. You escape to Himalayas, or you go to Vipassana, you do only the techniques. As long as you travel in the horizontal line, you just plan for your life, work, and go to the success or the result. Horizontal line and vertical line. Whether you travel in horizontal line or vertical line, you are under the control of mind. But only when you understand, you can travel in all these directions simultaneously. You can explode in all the directions at a time. You go beyond mind. You go beyond mind.
different people, all people are in different stages of development. I have no occasion to have such a spiritual initiation the first time. So I have all this time, I have been in a material life. I have got a duty to discharge towards my wife and children, to my society, etc. Now that you have initiated me and my consciousness are awakened, now you say it should not be a part-time affair. Now I cannot renounce everything and run away like a coward and go for spirituality attainment. How it is possible to attain spirituality at the same time owing whatever I have to give to my family members, at the same time attain spirituality?
Please be seated. See his question, how can I renounce the life and become Swami and a full-time spiritual person? Here I emphasize from the beginning, please don't choose. Please don't think your spiritual life is something different from your so-called material life. And the beautiful word he asked, how can I renounce? Somebody asked me, Swamiji, should I renounce to become a full-time spiritual person? I told him, please renounce what you don't have, that is enough. Please renounce what you don't have. I am not asking you to renounce what you have. We never suffer with the things which we have. We suffer because of our fantasies and dreams, not because of the reality. Please be very clear. You suffer in your day-to-day life because of your dreams. You suffer in your relationships because of your fantasies. So drop what you don't have. What you have, live with that. Whatever is okay. Whatever is not, drop that. If you renounce just what you don't have, that is more than enough. I don't ask you to renounce what you have. Please live with whatever you have. Don't allow what you don't have to interfere in your real life. When you live with your real wife, don't allow your fantasy to come in between you and your wife. When you live with your real car, don't allow your fantasy car to come in between you and your real car. When you live in your real house, don't allow your fantasy home, your dream home, to come in between you and your real home. That is what is my request. The whole spirituality is not about renouncing what you have, it's about renouncing what you don't have. So please renounce what you don't have, that is more than enough. Naturally, your whole life will be different. So here, I answer this question. I am not asking you to renounce your home or your life. I am asking you to renounce the idea that renunciation is the only remedy. Please renounce the idea of so-called renunciation. The renunciation should be understood in a different dimension. That is what they beautifully in Sanskrit they put. Maya. Maya means yama iti maya, which is not there, but which gives you the trouble as if it is there. This is maya. The real life, actually the whole trouble is created not by the things which you have, but by the things which you don't have. You don't have, but you want to have. So renounce what you don't have, that is more than enough. There is no need for renouncing what you have. Renounce your fantasies. Renounce your dreams. That is more than enough. Nothing else is necessary. When the people who choose continuously, you can see they will be a perfectionist people. Continuously they will be expecting perfectionism. People who live in the choicelessness, you can see them totally relaxed, joyful, very relaxed. And one more thing, life cannot be perfect. If it is perfect, it can be only death. It can never be life. And I always feel, if you do one or two mistakes, you become more intimate to people. as long as you don't do any mistake, you don't respect others. It's a truth. As long as you don't do any mistake, you don't respect the people, you don't become ease with them, you keep only a professional relationship. When you do one or two mistakes, you start coming down. You relate to the people in a more simple way, in a more the way of simplicity than in a professional way. So they have done a good thing by doing one or two mistakes. When some one or two organizing mistakes happen, you can relate with the people more simple way. We can see, when we do some mistakes, we prove I am also like you. When we behave perfectly, we try to prove that I am somebody unique than you. The real relationship never happens if things go well. Please be very clear, we have a wrong idea. If things go well, only then the real relationship happens. No. If things go well, only professional relationship happens. If things don't go well, if you do one or two mistakes, only then the real relationship starts happening. The mind keeps you as a slave by making you believe you can travel only in horizontal line or the vertical line. You will be slave of your mind as long as you believe you cannot travel in all the direction. As long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal line or the vertical line, mind will keep you as slave. That is why even the so-called spiritual sadhana, you don't grow, you don't experience the transformation. As long as you decide spiritual practice against the worldly life, you cannot grow into the life. Please be very clear. Whenever you choose spiritual life against the worldly life, be very clear, you can never grow in the spiritual life. As long as you are staying in a plane of making choice, be very clear, you are in a worldly plane. You may give a new coat to your worldly life as a spiritual life. Most of us don't want to transform our whole being. Just we want to show we are struggling for transformation. If you look a little deep, you will understand we have a deep fear of transformation. We don't want the transformation, but we don't even want to say that we don't want the transformation. It's a wonderful game between our mind and the consciousness. You are kept as a slave as long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal direction or in the vertical direction. The moment you understand, you start believing, you start having trust in your being, you can travel in horizontal direction and vertical direction simultaneously without the gap of space and time. There is no need for space and time gap. If you think, if you travel in horizontal, you can't travel in vertical, naturally you will share your life. Some portion for spirituality and some portion for worldly life. That's what I call holiday religion. Holiday religion. In holidays, we go to some discourse, a little bit of meditation, or some puja, some ritual. As long as spirituality is a part-time job for you, please be very clear, you can never become spiritual. You may give title spirituality for your acts, but you can never become spiritual by your being. If the spirituality is your part-time job, you can be sure it is just a skin deep. It cannot transform your life. As long as spirituality is a part-time job, be very clear, you will continuously have hypocrisy and guilt. Hypocrisy and guilt. Either you will know that it is not going to help and you will be doing, or you will think it is going to help and you will have a guilt you are not able to do. Either you will know the meditation is not going to help you, but you will try to do just to show for the people in a hypocritical way. Most of us don't believe in some rituals. We do it just for the sake of social prestige. So hypocrisy or guilt. Sometimes you start believing in some ritual, some meditation. Even a meditation is a ritual. As long as you believe, you can travel only in horizontal line or a vertical line. Meditation is also a ritual. As long as you believe, it can be done only some portion at some part of your life. If you do it at some part of your life, if you do it in particular time, be very clear, your so-called meditation is also nothing but a ritual. Only when it becomes your life, only when it becomes your consciousness, you can be sure you are meditating. Till that moment, till that time, it's only a ritual. Either you will have a hypocrisy, or if you start believing the meditation or a ritual, you will have a deep guilt, you are not able to do it continuously. Be very clear, here I am making a bold statement which is a little controversial. No intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. It's a little sharp statement, but I make from my experience. In last 2 years, I have met more than 2 lakh people personally in 5 countries. I have seen thousands of people entering into meditation. I can say I myself initiated at least 40,000 people into meditation. But when I initiate them into meditation, people ask me, we do a meditation camp called Ananda Spurana. People ask me, Swamiji, should I do all the 7 meditation techniques? I tell them, no, please don't. Do it only 1 or 2, that's enough. They say, no, Swamiji, it's so nice, I want to do all the 7. Can I do? I tell them, all right. Just after a month, if I meet them somewhere and ask them, have you started? Always a usual reply, no, Swamiji, I have to start. I am searching for a right time. I am searching for a good day. It's a usual thing. At least from my experience I can say, no intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. If it becomes more than 21 days, it will become a dead ritual. I have seen the people doing puja. They will just wait when they can come out of the puja room after finishing the puja. They will finish with such a speed and hurrying mood. They will never enter into the puja room again. See, the same way meditation. When you do it as a part-time job, as a part of your routine, always you have a hypocrisy or a guilt. Of course, whenever you choose someone, your decision is wrong. You choose anything, the very idea of choosing is wrong. Anything you choose, you omit something or you eliminate something, you bracket out something. In the life, whatever you bracket out or eliminate, you are doing a wrong decision. One thing we need to remember, it is one of the wonderful quotation from a great master. There is nothing controversial in existence. If you feel something is contradicting the other things, if you feel there is a controversy, only one thing you need to understand, you have not got the link. You are missing some link which connects the things of the world. In the existence, there is nothing controversial. Everything complements the other things. In existence, whenever you choose something for something or something against something, you take a wrong decision. In life, we always have a big problem, conflict, whether to choose a spiritual life or a material life, whether to do this or that. We always have a conflict. A small incident which has actually happened, and it continues to happen. I have seen many people doing the same thing. People come to me and ask me, Swamiji, should I stay in the ashram for a few days? If I tell them, alright, please stay and enjoy the atmosphere, immediately they will give all the reasons why I should not stay. Immediately they will start, no, Swamiji, I have this work, I have that work. If I say, alright, don't stay, you can go and carry on, do your work. Immediately they will give you all the reasons. No, then I will miss all this atmosphere, then I will miss everything. I have always seen, if you give any decision, immediately your mind, other part of your mind is ready to support the other side. The whole life we live in dilemmas. If you choose some one part, always the other part is waiting. If you choose this, then you start thinking, oh, I missed that. If you choose that, you start thinking, I missed this.
So, how do you go about tapping this intuition?
How do you working on these engrams, working on these samskaras. That's the only way. When the inner space is empty, when the inner space is cleaned, only then the intuition can happen. It's like if this room is filled with furnitures, if it is filled with things, people can't come inside. You need to remove little bit. You need to empty this. Only then people can come inside. Same way, you are already filled with too much of negative engrams. One single thought is enough to raise so many negative engrams in you. Just as one thought. If somebody says one word, are you mad? We shout at them and prove that we are mad. One word is enough to make us mad. So much simple one word. If somebody says, are you mad? You can see your whole body burning. You are totally imbalanced. Your eyes are burning. You are ready to attack the person. So much of engrams are awakened by single word. Single word can awaken so much of engrams. What do you mean by that word? What do you mean? What do you mean by... Immediately we are just ready to jump. So much of engrams, then how can you expect the intuition to happen? Intuition happens in a space where a complete silence or a beautiful peace exists.
So how about making decisions when there is too much data available? I mean, how do you train your mind to just look at one particular thing and focus on it? There are situations where there is just too much information available and you are struggling to make a decision.
Again you are in dilemma. You are in dilemma. Again you are caught with the engrams. See, you are not able to take up some one decision. Means you are thinking, what will be more beneficial for me? This or this or this or this or this. Again it is struggling between the engrams. Struggling between the engrams. If you can look just little beyond, for this one example, two persons are playing chess. If you are just watching, if you are away from the game, and if you are witnessing, you will be able to make a better move than them, the people who are playing. You will know the better move, and you will think, what is this, what they are doing? They could have done this, he could have done that. But if you are playing, you will not be able to make that decision, because your inner space is filled with stress. The goal or the idea that you have to achieve, the very stress takes away the peace. The very stress takes away the power of intuition. You continue to struggle. With a little bit of peace, with a little bit of, I can say, silence in your inner space, you will be able to look beyond your fear and greed. If you can look things beyond your fear and greed, I tell you, you will be more productive. You will achieve what you want to achieve in a much more simple way, in a much more beautiful way, without so much of struggle.
Swami, I had a question. Wow, great talk. I'm a leader now. I'll go home and relax in my chair and skip my workout and postpone the whole decision. So I think there are two aspects to it. One is awareness, trying to observe your mind and what thoughts you have. And the second part is intent, your intention to make the change. I think typically when we attend such talks and lectures, we get aware, but we forget the second part, which is the execution. That's the intent. We postpone it or we say, okay, I'll do it later.
Be very clear. If you are postponing, you don't have intention. You have intention, that's all. The intention can never postpone. If you are postponing, be very clear, you don't even have intention. You don't even have intention. One more thing. Now your question itself shows you are downholing my lecture also into one more this kind of lecture. Already your engrams have started playing. With my past experiences like these lectures, this is what has happened. I did not practice. It has become like this. Now, again you are putting this also into the same downhole. Again you already predicted this is what is going to happen. You already created a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, after a few days, I will forget. I will not express it. I am going to postpone. My intention is not strong. Already you created all these negative thoughts. Already you created a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then how do you expect it is going to help your life? So be very clear. Do not respond again from engrams. Decide. Past is past. Yes, I failed. It's okay. This time I am going to be successful. And after 5 days, even if you fail, don't bother. Don't bother. See, this moment only is going to give birth to the next moment. This moment, if you can retain your inspiration, that's enough. Don't bother about next moment. The next moment is a child of this moment. So this moment, retain the inspiration. Do not decide for whole 1 year. Don't think for next 1 year I will be leader. No. Just decide next 1 week I will be leader. If you can practice these ideas for next 2 days, I'll be happy. That's enough. I am not expecting you to practice more than 2 days. 2 days if you can sit with yourself, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. The purpose of my visit is fulfilled. I don't even expect you to do much more than that. Decide, for this 1 week, let me be in that consciousness. After the 1 week, forget about it. Don't bother. And I tell you one thing, if you can be in that leader consciousness for 1 week, you will know the knack. you will know the taste of it, that's all. Once you taste, that's enough. Then naturally, there is no need for any inspiration from outside. Simply from inside you will start expressing. From inside you will start guiding yourself. Having an inner guide is what I call intuition. Having an inner guide. Just imagine having your own guide inside, inner guru, who continuously guides you, constantly helps you. That's what I call intuition.
Yeah, I just want to add to that because there have been numerous studies carried out. When any person talks and stuff, I think less than 30% is the verbal part. 70% is a non-verbal or a state of mind. So kind of at least what Swamiji was saying.
And not only that, it is in Sanskrit we use the word ojas. Exactly, technically we don't have an exact English term for it, but let me translate that concept, then you'll be able to understand. The power of words, if you can straight away take them in, if you can straight away let them work on your inner space, the very word can transform you. The very power of words can transform you. If you can continuously speak for next 10 days, I am leader, I have transformed myself, I am straight, now I know what to do. Continuously, in the beginning you may think that what is this, what am I talking? I know, I don't know, but I am just telling a lie. In the initial level you feel you are a hypocrite or you are telling a lie. But continue, just for 10 days, don't give way. Behave like a leader, talk like a leader, use the words that you are a leader. I tell you, the ojas or the power of the words will simply transform you. Power of the spoken words is so strong, they can straight away work on you. They can do miracles for you. Usually we create lot of self-contradicting words inside our inner space. The self-contradicting words is what I call negative samskaras, negative engrams. Do not create self-contradicting words, the negative engrams. Sorry, I am using a lot of Sanskrit words. If you don't understand any word, you are welcome, you can question. I'll try to explain. But if you are filled with engrams, too much of samskaras, too much of engraved memories, even 2-3 decisions, you will be completely tired. Sometimes you can see, you don't even have to work. Just sit in your chair, simply think. In half an hour, you will have the shoulder pain. Just think, nothing else. A simple thinking can create shoulder pain. Means you are caught in the engrams. You are caught, you are suffering with the samskaras, with the engraved memories. The engraved memories doesn't allow you to take the decision. It's like a file is moving from eye to mind. When it takes the quantum leap, each engram is writing its opinion on that file. The more the number of engrams, more decisions. So by the time the file reaches the ego is completely confused because 300 opinions are there on that file. If 300 opinions are there on that file, how will you decide? What decision you can make? You are completely confused. Your ego says, just do whatever you want, leave it, leave me. You don't have enough patience or energy to make decision. Then decisions are taken in a very opposite way. Decisions are taken without any clarity. If you are continuously deciding without any clarity, unfortunately if you are in the leader's seat, be very clear, not only you will be suffering, you will be torturing others also. And every one of you are leaders. Some way whether you are leading a team, or you are leading your house, or leading your friends, some way, continuously you are doing the job of leading. Somewhere or other, sometime you are led, sometime you are leading. But every one of us are leaders in some part of our life. Maybe you will be a leader in social life, or maybe you will be leader in your office, or you will be leader in your house, but you will be leader. At some point or other, we are leaders. Person who is caught by these engrams, person who is continuously suffering by these engraved memories, can never relax, can never have vacation, can never relax. You can see in your life, if you're early morning, the moment you get up from your bed and go to the bathroom and you are brushing the teeth, your mind is already in the office, thinking about the office. If you are sitting in the office, your mind is already in the beach, evening beach. When we will go to the beach and relax? If you are sitting in the beach and relaxing, your mind is already in the house. When can I go back? It is time. I think I should go back. One thing is sure, if you are here, you are not here. You don't stay in the place where your body is. You are constantly somewhere else. I always tell people, if you are sitting in the house and worrying, it's working from home. If you are sitting in the office and worrying, you are doing your job. If you are sitting in the beach and worrying, you are having vacation. That's all. Maybe the places are different, but the mental setup is same. Person who is filled with his engrams can never have vacation. He can neither have vacation nor live his life completely. Vacation or living or leaving, both are directly related to your consciousness. It is not related to what you are doing, it is related to your being. Person who is afraid of taking responsibility will not have the clarity of the future. See, whenever you get a glimpse of the future, you are frightened, you are shaken, you just do not want to accept the reality, you suppress, then the intelligence to know the future by and by disappears from your being. When I use the word intuition, especially the people who are trained in logic, they say there is no such thing as intuition, Swamiji. How can you say? Can you give some solid proof for intuition? Let me give you a small example. In one meditation camp, one participant asked me, Swamiji, in my life, many times I had this strange experience. At some time, for example, in a party, suddenly I will feel that somebody is going to come, some particular person is going to come there in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, really he will be there. And when a telephone rings, I suddenly remember somebody's name, some friend's name whom I have not met for 2-3 years. When I pick up the phone, he is there on the line. When a calling bell rings, I remember somebody's name. When I go and open the door, he is standing. How this experience happens? And he says, sometimes when I go to a new place, suddenly I feel I know this place completely. And I know what things are. And exactly it is there as I expected or as I felt. How this experience happens to me? I asked that group, how many of you in your life had this kind of experience at least once? More than 80% of the people said we had. Let us see in this group, how many of you had this kind of experience at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Again, 80%, more than 80%. See, if it happens once in one person's life, we can say it is a coincidence. We can just brush it aside, using the word coincidence. If it happens in so many persons' lives and so many times, how can you say it is a coincidence? It is something more than coincidence. Whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, you have the power of intuition. People who are ready to open themselves to that dimension, who are ready to encourage that dimension, they grow in the leader consciousness. They achieve the intuition. But people are afraid to face the future. Sometimes you do not want to face the future. You do not want to face the reality. You just escape from it. All our addiction is nothing but escaping from reality. Whether you are addicted to alcohol, or addicted to food, or addicted to TV, all addictions are just trying to escape from reality. When you don't want to face the reality, when you are not ready to sit with yourself, when you are not ready to face yourself, you slowly move away from the dimension of intuition. Slowly you disconnect yourself from one of your important power. I can say intuition is a power. Just like 5 senses, you have the 6th sense, the 6th energy or the power to see the future. To see the future. Please be very clear, I am not proposing any theory, I am not giving you any false hopes, I am speaking from the reality and experiences of the people. I am speaking the truth. I am speaking out of not only my experience, out of the experiences of millions of people who have explored or who are ready to enter into their inner space to work on their engrams. Here, all I wanted to say, try to sit with yourself at least 20 minutes every day. You don't have to do anything particular. You don't have to do some mantra or some meditation or nothing. If you can just sit with yourself, seeing your inner chattering, the problems which is continuously going inside your being, you will bring down the number of samskaras. You will give little space for you to relax. You will create inner space. As on now, your inner space is filled with these engraved memories. That is why so much of confusion. To take one small decisions, you create 200 thoughts. To make one small decision, you create 200 thoughts. You jump from this side to that side and this side to that side. This will happen or that will happen. After that what will happen? After that what will happen? After that what will happen? You just build. By the time you decide, already the moment has passed. There is no need for your decision. The moment is over. One more thing. Postponing is also one more kind of decision. We always tend to postpone. And we don't understand. Postponing itself is a one decision. You think you are postponing. Postponing itself is a one decision. For example, doctor says you have to undergo a particular surgery. And you are just postponing. Means what? You are choosing, you are deciding not to have surgery. Postponing itself is a decision. Postponing or deciding hastily, all these things happens just because of too much of engraved memories, too much of samskaras. If you can just spend at least 20 minutes with yourself, you give appointment to the whole world. Give appointment to yourself. If you can sit, you will see continuous inner chattering happening in you, you will give space for your inner chattering. At least 20 minutes can bring you little, it can create inner space for you where you can start making decisions, where you can start processing the data without the interference of engrams. Here, I just wanted to present these few concepts. You are welcome to put your questions. Maybe the questions can help you to internalize these few ideas. I have some kathars. I have developed a technology to remove these negative engrams from our inner space, which I call catharsis meditation techniques. If you can download from our website and practice, or you can do there is a program called Live Bliss program. Some way you can practice some meditation. See, there is a technique just to create sounds without any meaning. Just creating a sound, I call it as a kriya, means cleansing process. Just creating sounds without any meaning. Technically, when you do this as a technique, simply the negative memories or the painful memories which you have created in you, just you are relieved from it. You can try whether some LBP techniques, Life Bliss program techniques, or you can download from the website and practice some meditation techniques that can completely relieve you from these engraved memories. That's the only way. Of course, one more thing, if you clean yourself, if you work on yourself to remove the negative engrams, automatically you will have the intelligence how to protect yourself from further collection, how to protect yourself from further acquiring the negative engrams. Unless you clean at least once, you will not have the intelligence how to protect yourself. If you just try to protect yourself, you can't do, because you can't run away to Himalayas. You can't go and sit in a cave. You are working, you are in the society. You have to protect yourself. If before protecting, you need cleaning. If you work on cleaning, automatically you will have intelligence how to protect yourself. You will know at which situation, at what point, in what level, in what situations I start collecting, in what situations I am depressed, which throws me back into that same low mood. Why I fall again and again into that same low mood. You will be able to identify once you work on this past engrams or the past samskaras. I'll try to present how the mind works, how we usually receive data, process it and make decisions. First, for example, you are seeing something through your eye. You receive information through 5 senses, not only through the eye, through ears, through smell, through touch, through taste. You receive information. I am taking the example of eye. First, you see something. Well, let's take the example of this moment. You are seeing me. You are seeing me. Immediately the file goes to a space called Chakshu. It's just like a DSP, digital signal processor. Whatever you are seeing through the eye, it is converted as biosignal. Just like a digital signal, whatever you are seeing through the eyes is converted into a signal. And that file moves to a space called chitta. In Sanskrit we call it as chitta. It's just like memory. The process of identification starts. For example, if you are seeing me, seeing this scene, the whole file goes to DSP, Chakshu. The DSP, the whole file is converted into a biosignal file. It moves to chitta, memory. In memory, your memory starts analyzing. This is not this, this is not this, this is not this. The elimination process happens in memory. First your chitta says, your memory says, this is not a stone, this is not a tree, this is not an animal. The process of elimination happens in memory. Next, this is it. The identification happens in mind, manas. In mind, you start identifying. This is a human being. He is here to give a lecture. He is a yoga teacher. You start identifying. Then the file moves to the space what I call ego. The decision making. In ego, you start thinking, what way I am connected to this person or this situation. If your past experiences with other yoga teachers, if it is nice, beautiful, you decide to sit and listen. If your past experiences are not good, if you felt, oh, this is not worth, I felt very bored that time, last time I came and attended, but I didn't feel any benefit. If you feel negative, you decide, let's move, this is not the space, this is not the place for me to sit. Ego decides based on your past experiences. This is the way your mind functions. First, the I receives the data, it goes to DSP where the whole file is converted into biosignal. The signal goes to memory. In memory, this is not, the elimination process starts. Then the whole file goes to mind. Identification happens. After that, what I have to do, what way I am supposed to respond, happens in the ego level. Then you make the decision, your body executes the decision. This is the way decisions are made. Now, important thing which we need to understand, at some level, the decision is taken unconsciously. If the process happens like this in a straightforward way, you will not have any problem. Things will go really smooth in your life. Everything will be clear, straight. But always this process doesn't happen in this straightforward way. Sometimes things starts happening in an unconscious way. For example, if you are hurt or disturbed by somebody who was wearing blue dress, blue color cloth, the moment you see me, unconsciously that memory will be awakened. You can see in your life. If you are hurt or disturbed in a particular place, or a person who is wearing particular colored dress, next time when you come to that place, even if that person is not there, or next time when you see a person who is wearing that same color cloth, even if you know logically or consciously this person or this place is nothing to do with my past experience, you will undergo the same old low mood. You will have that same memory again in your mind. You will again have the same experience. This is what I call samskara, means engraved memory. Here in this space we have all these engraved memories, samskaras. These engraved memories distort or disturb your decision making capacity. See, logically sometime the whole process, actually this process is logical, which happens consciously, straightforward process. From I to mind, it's a straightforward process. It is just logical process. This is the space where politics happens. This is the space where politics happens. This is the space where logical things are moving logically. This is the space where the past memories or the engrams are sitting, and you don't even know what decisions you are making. Just because you have been hurt by somebody who was wearing blue dress, blue color cloth, the moment you see me, that same mood will be awakened in you, and you will decide not to sit. The feeling of being suffocated, or the uncomfortable feeling will start. Somehow, for no reason, you will feel like, I think this is not for me. You will not have patience or intelligence to wait. Let me give you one more small example. Logically or consciously, if you analyze, all of you know smoking is injurious to health. From this part to this part, from eye to mind, throughout this process you know smoking is injurious to health according to the data collected by your senses. But suddenly at one point you decide to smoke. Beyond your consciousness, beyond your logic, this is the spot where the unconscious engrams are sitting, unconscious samskaras are sitting, and suddenly, even though you know consciously or logically smoking is injurious to health, when the file moves at this spot, when the file takes a quantum leap at this spot, you just decide to smoke. You decide, let me smoke. Some memory or some experience which you had with the past, you must have felt little relaxed when you smoked, or you must have felt like a hero. You must have felt little, you are doing something which you wanted to do. Some satisfaction, some engram is associated with that smoking habit. So suddenly, because of these engrams, you decide to smoke even if you know consciously the smoking is injurious to your health. Same way, many times in your life, even if you know consciously what is right, simply unconsciously you decide because of the engrams. Your life is under the control of unconscious engrams. It is not under your control. You may be thinking you are taking all the decisions, but simply your unconscious engrams are taking the decisions. The other day I went to one of my friend's house. There I saw a beautiful one-liner in the living room. I am the boss of this house. I have my wife's permission to say so. Same way, you may be thinking you are a boss, but your unconscious engrams are they are only leading you, they are only guiding you. As long as you are caught by your unconscious engrams, unconscious samskaras, you can never achieve the state of a leader. You may achieve the status of a leader with a lot of struggle, suffering. One more thing, if you sit in the leader's chair with a lot of struggle and suffering, you will tend to create the same struggle and suffering for your subordinates. You all, with my love and respects. Leader consciousness. What do you mean by the word leader consciousness? Most of us achieve the status of leader, but not the state. State is totally different from status. Status comes from society. When you are leading a group of people, if you are forced to take the responsibility of some department, or if you take the responsibility out of your greed, status comes, but the state is totally different. When I say the word state, I mean your inner space or your being should be matured enough to handle what you are entering in, or the responsibility which you are assuming. When we just get the status without achieving the state, all the problems whatever exists in the corporate world, in the personal level, stress, tension, and in the level of the team, backfighting, politics, the whole thing starts happening when we don't achieve the state, just achieve the status. Here, I am trying to express few truths from the great traditions of the East, how to achieve the leader consciousness, how to achieve the state of leader, not just the status. Status is very easy. State is something which we really need to achieve. A man who has achieved the state of a leader, the status will simply follow him. Even if the status takes its own time, he will not be bothered. He will live like a king. His very life will be totally fulfilled. And the feeling of the fulfillment, which is invaluable, happens to beings who achieve the leader consciousness. What do I mean by the word state of the leader? Man who is ready to take responsibility consciously, who is ready to handle the life consciously, who is not constantly dependent on the past or in his memory or his memory. If you are dependent on your memory, if you are dependent on the past to take decisions, please be very clear, you will be a follower. That's all. You will not be leader. Responding spontaneously to the situations is what I call responsibility. Person who is able to respond spontaneously to the situations. Person who is fresh, who continuously keeps himself alive, who is not caught in the past, who has not lost himself in the past. Let me try to give you a small diagram how the mind works, how the state of the leader is achieved, or the leader consciousness happens to us. I'll try to present how the mind works, how we usually receive data, process it, and make decisions. First, for example, you are seeing something through your eye. You receive information through 5 senses, not only through the eye, through ears, through smell, through touch, through taste. You receive information. I am taking the example of eye. First, you see something. Well, let's take the example of this moment. You are seeing me. You are seeing me. Immediately the file goes to a space called Chakshu. It's just like a DSP, digital signal processor. Whatever you are seeing through the eye, it is converted as biosignal. Just like a digital signal, whatever you are seeing through the eyes is converted into a signal. And that file moves to a space called Chitta. In Sanskrit we call it as Chitta. It's just like memory. The process of identification starts. For example, if you are seeing me, seeing this scene, the whole file goes to DSP, Chakshu. The DSP, the whole file is converted into a biosignal file. It moves to Chitta, memory. In memory, your memory starts analyzing. This is not this, this is not this, this is not this. The elimination process happens in memory. First your Chitta says, your memory says, this is not a stone, this is not a tree, this is not an animal. The process of elimination happens in memory. Next, this is it. The identification happens in mind, manas. In mind, you start identifying, this is a human being. He is here to give a lecture. He is a yoga teacher. You start identifying. Then the file moves to the space what I call ego, the decision making. In ego, you start thinking, what way I am connected to this person or this situation. If your past experiences with other yoga teachers, if it is nice, beautiful, you decide to sit and listen. If your past experiences are not good, if you felt, oh, this is not worth, I felt very bored that time, last time I came and attended, but I didn't feel any benefit. If you feel negative, you decide, let's move, this is not the space, this is not the place for me to sit. Ego decides based on your past experiences. This is the way your mind functions. First, I receives the data, it goes to DSP, where the whole file is converted into biosignal. The signal goes to memory. In memory, this is not, the elimination process starts. Then the whole file goes to mind. Identification happens. After that, what I have to do, what way I am supposed to respond, happens in the ego level. Then you make the decision, your body executes the decision. This is the way decisions are made. Now, important thing which we need to understand, at some level, the decision is taken unconsciously. If the process happens like this in a straightforward way, you will not have any problem. Things will go really smooth in your life. Everything will be clear, straight. But always this process doesn't happen in this straightforward way. Sometimes things starts happening in an unconscious way. For example, if you are hurt or disturbed by somebody who was wearing blue dress, blue color cloth, the moment you see me, unconsciously that memory will be awakened. You can see in your life. If you are hurt or disturbed in a particular place, or a person who is wearing particular colored dress, next time when you come to that place, even if that person is not there, or next time when you see a person who is wearing that same color cloth, even if you know logically or consciously, this person or this place is nothing to do with my past experience, you will undergo the same old low mood. You will have that same memory again in your mind. You will again have the same experience. This is what I call samskara, means engraved memory. Here, in this space, we have all these engraved memories, samskaras. These engraved memories distort or disturb your decision-making capacity. Now, yoga for spirit being. As a being, the being level, you don't need any separate meditation or yoga. All our yoga or meditation is to reach that level. That's all. If you can experience that level or stay in that level, you don't need any meditation or yoga. The aim of the yoga is reaching the level of being or the spirit. First thing, what do I mean by the word being or spirit? Let's analyze. Let's analyze what do I mean by the word being. In Sanskrit we call Atman. you can translate it in a very superficial way as consciousness. Consciousness is not equivalent or exact translation of Atman, but we have no other way. We have to use the word consciousness. Soul is much poor word. Consciousness is at least a little better than soul. So I am using the word consciousness. Actually, being cannot be expressed by a single word. You can say what is not being and make people understand what is being. But you can't pinpoint and say what is being. Because whatever you can pinpoint is only related to mind. You can't say anything about the being because it is something beyond mind. It is something above your intellect, your logic. Again and again, our masters declare it is beyond the body, beyond the pranamaya, beyond the manomaya, beyond the vijnanamaya, the different sheets, different koshas. You have 5 bodies according to our Upanishads, are the 5 part of your being. First thing, physical body, which you are having, made out of flesh and bones, you know. Next thing, the pranic body, all the prana movement which is happening inside your system. Inhaling, exhaling, all the other prana movements in your system. Third thing, your inner chattering, that is called manomaya. Fourth thing, the deep sleep state, what they call vijnanamaya, which you experience at the time of deep sleep. Fifth thing, anandamaya, of course, which you experience very rarely when your mind is totally in peace, when your mind is totally in silence. It is very rare people experience this Anandamaya Kosha. It's like if you are continuously asking for something, for example a sweet, particular sweet, continuously you are thinking about it. You want to have it. You are working for it. Suddenly one day you get that sweet. When you put that in your mouth, the restlessness which you had for that sweet, or continuous thinking which you had for that sweet, it disappears, it comes down. Your mind becomes a little calm for few moments. That few moments you experience Anandamaya Kosha. You experience the joy which is from your being. But unfortunately, your mind starts thinking that joy is from the sweet. Then you start running behind it. You think if you create a same situation or a same atmosphere, you will be able to experience the same joy. If that is the case, continuously the sweet must give you the same joy. But it is not giving. 4 sweets, okay. 5th, it's all right. 6th, you say, I think no, too much. 7th, you try to escape from it. If it is from the sweet, it must only continue or grow. If it is from particular space or particular situation, it must continue or grow, but it is not our experience. Sometimes you go to the beach, you feel sudden peace, calmness in your mind. If you think, oh, the beach is associated with peace and calmness, try to go every day, but you start experiencing. you will sit there and start your regular worries. That's what I always tell people. It is not the outer space which decides. It is the inner space which decides. The person who can't create the inner space of bliss can never have vacation. You may try your best to change the outer place, to try to have vacation. You may try all your best, all possible way. But finally, you will end up only in the changing the place. You will never have changing the space. It's like understand this one example. If you are sitting in the office and worrying, it is work. If you are sitting in the house and worrying, it is homework. If you are sitting in beach and worrying, it is vacation. That's all. That's all we know. We don't know anything else. When you try to associate peace or bliss with the outer space or the outer situation, outer things, you try to repeat the same thing. But you will not have the same calmness, same joy, same peace, same ananda from that space, from that thing again and again. If you somehow learn the technique or manage to tune yourself with your being and open the Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss space, continuously you will be able to stay in that space. Continuously staying in that space is what I call Nitya Ananda, the eternal bliss. Today we will see something between the body and mind, what I call verbalization, our inner chattering. Our inner chattering is the bridge between body and mind. It is not completely mind because mind is something more than inner chattering. It is not completely body because body is totally physical. It's something in between. In Sanskrit we use beautiful word samskara. Samskara, the engraved memories. These are the reason for inner chattering, our verbalization. Today we will see about our verbalization, yoga for our inner chattering, yoga for our verbalizations. Again and again, all the great masters declare, you are Atman, you are energy. And that's a beautiful, whatever you think can be realized. That's a beautiful statement. In the night, in the dream time, you create your own world. Nobody else is creating your world. What you are seeing in the dream, the whole thing is your creation. If you can create in the dream state, why not in the waking state? If you can create the complete world in the dream state, why you can't in the waking state? And there is no reason why we should not be, or why we can't create what we want in the waking state. To tell you honestly, if you look deep into your being, you can understand this world is made of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. It's very shaking statement, difficult to believe. Again and again Upanishads ask us, when you can create a big world in the dream, why can't in the waking state? And you can create. Whatever you create inside your space, that only you express it. You create it in the outer world. Any discovery, whether it is scientific, or in the field of medicine, or in the field of physics, or anything, or in the field of machineries, any discovery, first it has to be discovered, created in the mind of a scientist. In his inner space he has to create it. Only then can be created in the outer space, in the outer world. In the dream world, you do the same thing. You create something in your inner space and you project it in the outer space. In the waking state, in this world also, you create something in your inner space and you project it in the outer world. But when you create the model in the inner space, you do some mistakes. You do some, not even mistakes, I can say blunders. After the mistakes, we project that same model in the outer world. Once the result comes, we start asking, how can this be my creation? If I wanted to create, I would have created much better way. But we don't look into the mistakes which we do when we create the model, when we create the mold. If you can work on the mold, if you can correct the model, you will be able to project what you want to project. First thing. And then you will have the tremendous understanding the whole world is your projection. When you correct the mistakes which you are doing in your inner verbalization, you will achieve two things. First, the Shakti to realize your dreams. The Shakti to make your dreams into reality. Second thing, the Buddhi to realize the reality itself is nothing but your dream. Shakti to make your dreams into reality, and Buddhi to realize that reality is nothing but your dream. Even once, if you can create a model and project it in the inner outer world clearly, you will realize you can create. When you realize you can make your dreams into reality, immediately you will realize whatever you think as reality is nothing but your dream. You will realize these two at a time. Now let us see what are the mistakes we are doing. Let us see deeply what are the mistakes we are doing when we create the mold. Our mold for the outer world is created in our unconsciousness, where you repeat the words without your consciousness. Your mind has got a habit of repeating words continuously, unconsciously, without your knowledge. Many times, if you stand in rain for 2-3 minutes, there is no reason that immediately you should sneeze, because it takes at least few hours for the body to process. But you continuously repeat the word. If I stand in rain, I'll catch cold, I'll start sneezing. The very repetition or the very power given to these words immediately expresses itself as a different symptom. The words which you repeat continuously, unconsciously, is given tremendous power by your being. It's almost like in front of a projector light. If you keep any slide, you can see that in reality, in screen. If you keep a slide of a temple, you can see a temple in the screen. If you keep a slide of an actor, you can see the actor.
If you keep the slide of actress, you can see the actress. Any slide you keep, you can see that in reality. Same way, your inner chattering is a slide which is kept in front of your consciousness. Immediately it is projected and it is experienced as reality. Especially the inner chattering which goes on unconsciously in your being plays a major role in your life, projecting and creating your life. First thing which we need to understand, we give power to self-contradicting samskaras. For example, if you want to get rid of some disease, if you repeat the word, I should get rid of this disease, the more you repeat that word inside your mind, more you give power for that word disease. Whenever you repeat the word disease, the moment you utter the word disease, you remember the disease. The imprint or the samskara of the disease gets deepened in your system. Any word which is repeated unconsciously in your being is given power. Words which will create only positive memory in you. The words which should be given power should be very straight and clear. See, when you repeat a word, I should become healthy, again and again you remember your health or well-being. So that concept, that idea is given power. Anything which you remember and repeat inside your being, unconsciously, is given tremendous power by your being. All our choice, all our decisions always end in dilemma. This dilemma is what I call mind. Dilemma is the straight, direct explanation or a definition for mind. There are so many definitions for mind, but from my experience I can say this is the right word, dilemma. Continuously moving from this extreme to that extreme, continuously seeing the other side, continuously thinking, I should have done that, I should have done this, I should have taken that type of decision, I should have taken this type of decision. Continuously not accepting the present moment is what is the root of the mind. When you close your eyes, whatever happens in your space, whatever you think and whatever you can think, whatever you visualize, whatever you can visualize, whatever you experience, whatever you can experience, everything, the whole is what I call mind. The root of the mind is dilemma. If you can just accept this moment, the whole reality, the existence as it is, simply you will go beyond mind. You will go beyond mind, you will reach, experience the state which we call enlightenment or superconsciousness. All our choices end in suffering. Bliss is choicelessness. When you are choiceless, when you are just accepting the flow, when you just accept the nature, you are in bliss. Actually, bliss is nothing but accepting the reality as it is. But we always say, I accept everything, Swamiji. Everything is beautiful. Just this one thing, it is around the corner. Let me correct this one thing.
Tomorrow I will be happy. Postponing the bliss, postponing the ecstasy, postponing the joy which is continuously happening in you, which is your nature, is the root of the mind. Understand? In bliss you can't have mind. Because bliss happens to you when you are choiceless. In the choicelessness, bliss starts happening. Whenever you choose, you always choose misery. Any choice is nothing but misery. People ask me, Swamiji, should I continue my spiritual life or my material life? For which I should give more importance? It's a very big question. $1 million question. Every so-called spiritual seeker asks this question. Please understand, only so-called spiritual seeker, never the real seeker. I tell you, the moment you choose, you have started suffering. The moment you choose, you have started suffering. Whether you choose spiritual life or material life. If you choose the material life, you will always feel, oh, I am missing the spiritual life. You will be visualizing what you are missing. If you choose the spiritual life, you will always miss the material life. I tell you, there is no need to choose. Material life is horizontal line. Spiritual life is vertical line. We always have a dilemma, which one to choose. If you meditate little bit, you will understand, experience. You don't have to choose horizontal line or vertical line. You have the capacity to grow in both directions at a time. That is what I call quantum spirituality. You can explode in the horizontal direction and in the vertical direction at a time, in same space. Real spirituality or real meditation is living in this moment. When you start living in this moment, naturally you will explode. You will just express yourself in your so-called material life and spiritual life. The life is only one thing. Whether you live with awareness or without awareness, that is the only choice you have. Let us analyze the word yoga. In Sanskrit, the word literally means to unite or to become one with. Again and again, all the Eastern mystics, they declare, you are energy. The body is not just a biomechanism as we think. Body is the expression of energy. In the Eastern system we call it Annamaya Kosha, means the sheath covering the energy. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is the expression of energy. It is the outer shell of energy. Again and again, mystics declare, body is the expression of energy. You are energy. You are Atman. Whatever word we may use, you are something more than what you think you are. You are something more than what you think you are. having direct experience with that energy, or uniting yourself, having a direct communion with that energy is what we call yoga. Of course, meditation is a technique to achieve yoga. The word yoga should be understood much deeply. It is not just something to do with body. It is something to do with body also, but it is not just something to do with body. Moving the body and doing some asanas helps, but it is not the end. Meditation is a technique to reach the state of yoga. Yoga is the state which can be achieved through meditation. Now we will touch the first body part. I want to make few statements, few concepts, then we will analyze it with questions. First thing, by nature, your body is intelligence. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is not just force. It is force with intelligence which can respond to every single thought of your mind. It can respond to every single thought. It is created, maintained and destroyed according to your thoughts. You are the Brahma, creator. You are the Vishnu, sustainer. You are the Rudra, destroyer of your body. It is your thoughts which creates your body, sustains and destroys. Second thing, reaching, achieving the zone of intelligence or the space of consciousness which is inside your being is the goal why you have taken the body. Body is alive, body is functioning just to reach the space in which you can experience the deep restful awareness. You can experience deep peace. You can experience the bliss. By this statement, I mean the very reason for your existence is to achieve the ultimate experience of your consciousness, to achieve the ultimate bliss. Next thing, it is not so difficult as we think. First, these two are goal. Next, I am speaking about the path. It is not difficult as we think. Next, what are the hurdles? Why we are not able to experience? If we say it is not difficult, why we are not able to experience it? Where we are missing? We accumulate too much of negative emotions, toxins in our system. Our body is not just material as we think. It can hold energy. It can hold thoughts. It can hold memories. The Tantra, beautifully they say, you can't think, you can't continue any thought unless you remember your form. Because in your form, you have a complete memory. All the memories are recorded in your form. If you can't remember your form, you can't proceed in thinking. You can't have even a single thought without remembering your form. Because in your form, you have all the memories. Your body is not just dead biomechanism as we think. In that you store memories. You store your emotions, whether it is positive or negative. We store emotions in our system, in our body. When you store negative emotions, you accumulate too much of toxins. unnecessary negative energy inside your being. That's the first reason why we are not able to experience the deep blissful awareness or the restful awareness. Why we are not able to be alive like kids. You can see the kids, how alive they are, how bubbling. People ask me, Swamiji, how to bring up the kids? I tell them, you relax, they will grow automatically. Actually, we don't bring them up, we bring them down. All our so-called bringing up only brings them down. All our so-called bringing up is nothing but bringing them down from their blissful awareness or restful, deep ecstasy. Again and again, we infuse negative emotions, negative energy inside our being, inside our body, and we stop experiencing the ecstasy. If you look deeply into your being, if you don't have anything to worry, you feel like you are losing your boundary. If you don't have anything to bother, you feel you are losing your identity. Actually, your identity is defined only based on your worries. If you don't create more and more trouble for yourself and others, you feel your identity is lost. Actually, you enter into a boundaryless consciousness. You will have your boundary as long as you create trouble for yourself and others. If you stop that one activity, immediately you lose your boundary. You start experiencing the boundaryless awareness, the timeless awareness. That's the first thing. Next thing, the idea of I am not enough unto myself. Whether it is physical beauty or mental stability or being level, energy. Only when you are made to believe that you are not beautiful, you start searching for all the extra things. First, let us analyze. Where is the scale of beauty? There is no scale. If God is an engineer, he would have done a mass production. Miss World or Mr. World. Have that mold, do just mass production. But God is not an engineer. He is a painter, he is an artist. He paints every one of us. He carves every one of us. That is the reason each one of us are so unique. Be very clear, we are not equal, we are unique.